Loved it. A lot of other people did as well. Well, not a lot, but a few. So I figured, hey, let's try doing a live MMA broadcast. And today we're going to be watching the Cyborg versus Kavanaugh big main event and the prelims. So I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stream. Hopefully I'll be able to stream the whole event. We'll see how many people join and how popular it is. But I might also have to go move my uncle. I take care of my uncle, so we'll see how it goes. Alright, so the first fight we got is Sebi versus Hughes. Now if anyone's wondering where to get the live stream and watch it free, just let me know. I can share the YouTube link for it. Yeah, let's share the link right now actually. And if anyone's got some questions that they want answered about the fights, just let me know. My plan is just to watch the fight and call it as I see it, but I'll try to keep an eye on the chat as well. Alright, so I'll put want to watch the event. Here is the link. I keep hitting the wrong button. Alright, so I posted the live link, how to watch it, but if anyone wants to watch mine and that at the same time, I think what you can do is minimize the windows, keep two open at the same time. Alright, so what I'll probably do too is I'm going to keep an eye on the live chat for the Bellator comment section. I'll comment on those as well. We're going to do a shout out to see where everyone's watching from. It seems like we get a lot of viewers from Canada, so I'm going to give a shout out to all the Canadian viewers. And I'm hoping I don't have the actual Bellator MMA sound playing. If anyone can hear it, let me know. I muted it, so it should be okay. I'm hoping. No, obviously I would play the sound, but the whole copyright issue, so God's sakes, I hope it's not playing. We get a copyright strike. As far as I know, it's just my audio coming through. Hopefully we can get a viewer to confirm it before we get a copyright strike. Alright, so the fight is starting off. And it looks like we got a guy who's a little bit blubbery, fighting a guy that's like totally ripped. Now, it reminds me of the old saying in mixed martial arts, holy shit, huge head kick just landed for the guy that's blubbery. Now, the announcers are talking about a little bit of a headbutt that occurred. I didn't catch the headbutt. Now, the one guy kind of reminds me like a younger Rich Franklin. He looks very similar to him. Oh, the ripped guy, he's going in for some takedowns. The other guy, flabby guy, went right to the ground right away. Didn't defend the takedown at all. Oh, so Hughes appears to be the blubbery guy. But I was just thinking, I was watching Facebook today. There was a girl that looks like just your average physique. And she was like a ninja doing all these crazy parkour techniques, so you never really want to count someone out just by their appearance. Ooh, Hughes has some good roll moves on the ground. So that's why I think a lot of mixed martial artists don't use enough, is when you're on the ground, maybe it's harder than it looks, but what a friend of mine liked to describe it as is roll and squirm like you're a seal covered in grease. Like just never make it easy for your opponent to hold you on the ground and not be moving. If you like squirm like a grease seal and just like roll and try as much as you can to get out, it makes it a lot harder for the guy to hold you to the ground and just get the ground control points. Now to the defense of that strategy, or the the criticism, is if you roll and do all that stuff, you're opening yourself up for more submissions, but it's a double-edged sword. You can either roll or do nothing, and I think you're better off doing the rolling. It probably is a different case for each scenario. Oh fuck, I didn't bring any drinks for this. That's always the biggest mistake. When you go to do a live stream and you don't have any fluids, it's like, oh shit. Oh, the guy on top, the rip guy, he's landing some powerful elbows for the ground and pound. Hughes has got him in an armbar and reversing the ground control. Oh, the other guy's raking his eyes. Yeah, that Sebi guy's got a decent eye rake move going. Surprised the ref didn't penalize him for that. Now, some people in mixed martial arts always debate what's the best way to stop the eye raking. And I think really the ref just needs to deduct a point automatically. No warnings, nothing like that. That will get the fighter's attention. Hey, maybe I shouldn't be eye poking. Maybe I shouldn't be eye raking. Because there's no debate. You just lose a point right away. And I wouldn't even even the warning system, yeah, it's too much. You can't be warning people for eye rakes. And I think a lot of fighters would adapt to that very quickly because they'd be like, holy fuck, I just lost the entire round because I wasn't careful doing an eye rake or poke. So, Hughes has been able to reverse a lot of the positions here. Sebi and Hughes are back to their feet. Oh, we got a lot of Brazil fans, so maybe Sebi's from Brazil. I've been watching a lot of travel vlogs from Brazil. Are they ever fucking epic? Yeah, out of all the places I want to travel these days, I think Brazil's within the top 3. I know it definitely has got some dangerous and rough areas. A lot of buildings in the travel vlogs all have bullet holes, but man, what place isn't that beautiful? It's going to have some sort of catch to it, right? Oh, it looks like Hughes has got some damage to his eye. I think that was probably from the ground and pound with the elbows. I think elbows are very underutilized in MMA. I know mainly on ground strikes they get used more often, but even on the feet. It's risky to get close enough to elbow someone, but man, does it ever do 10 times more damage than a fist strike. Not to mention your elbow, it's way stronger than your fist, bone breaking wise. You could punch and you're more likely to break your hands than actually do any damage to a guy's face. If you start elbowing him, sure you could hit your funny bone and give your elbow some damage, but dear God, man. I think if I was in MMA, I'd be much more likely to open up with elbows than I would be with punches. I know, just from my training techniques, I noticed if I punch something in training, I can hit it about 30% of my power before I start feeling damage to my bones. But man, when it comes to elbows, I can elbow 70% of my power without even feeling it. So, and it's definitely a tempering thing too. If you temper your elbow right there, it's man, even hitting trees for a good punching bag routine, it's good because it's a round surface area. It'll simulate actually hitting people's bones. Whereas if you hit a punching bag and stuff, it's too soft and it's not really gonna give you the idea of how much you can really hit someone before it's going to hurt your actual limbs. Ooh, man. Hughes actually almost dislocated his arm. Who is it? Referee John McCarthy. He was breaking it down. He could see that his arm did hyperextend a bit there. And it looks like he is... Oh, but Hughes has got some pretty good swelling under his, left eye. So I wouldn't be surprised if that eye is already compromised. He's probably blurry in that eye. His depth perception is already probably 50% at best. Alright, no viewers yet, 10 minutes in. I really need someone to let me know if you can hear the Bellator stuff. I hope not. Alright, looks like Sebi's opening up with the jab with the left hand. It's a very smart technique. I noticed, was it Lennox Lewis? He made a career off that jab. Who is it? George St. Pierre. Definitely works the jab. That's what I was thinking. When it comes to punching techniques, if I was in MMA, I would just do mostly jabs to set up the elbow. I wouldn't actually be throwing heavy overhand rights ever. Unless you're going in like Tyson style. I noticed if you wanted to save your hands a lot of damage and you want to still hit hard, it's definitely easier to punch and hit someone hard doing uppercuts. Because at least if you connect, you're not connecting with the skull and other hard parts of the face like the cheekbones. If you're impacting the jaw, there's a lot of play for it to go up and down. So it'll absorb a lot of the impact on your fist. So that way you can just haul off and hit someone with like a hard as you can uppercut. And it's more likely you're going to break his jaw rather than breaking your hand. Oh yeah, there we go. Hughes on cue. Starts loading up with the uppercut. Holy shit, nice front kick by Hughes. Now that's one of my favorite techniques. I can actually do front kicks faster than I can a jab, so if I was in the ring, man, someone would have to look out for the fucking front kick to the face more than they would have to look for my jab. Oh boy. No, my background was mainly just hacky sack, so I didn't really get too much into physical fighting, but man, does hacky sack ever train your footwork? I don't know if anyone's seen Conor McGregor's training techniques back when he used to win fights. Yeah, he would have some pretty sick different ball work, kicking the ball. Can't remember if he was kicking a soccer ball. Now, hacky sack is one of those multi-genre sport training techniques. Like you see hockey players train with a hacky sack. Hey, webcam, can you let me know? Can you hear the Bellator audio, or is it just me talking with some fire? I don't want to get a copyright strike. If you could help me out with letting me know in the chat. I got no way to check the sound other than looking at the meters, and it's kind of hard to tell. Now, if anyone's wondering, Webcam HD, they've got some links here to some XXX content, so just adults only. Be careful clicking those links. I don't know if they're a virus or not. I've never actually tried clicking them. So can you let me know, webcam? Just put yes or no. Can you hear the Bellator? That'd be great. Because I don't want the Bellator to copyright strike. Then we'll both lose. Okay. No, hope you're having a good night, webcam. Oh, I appreciate you joining in my streams, helping out with the chat. Oh, we're at 2 viewers. If the other viewer can hear any audio from Bellator, can you let me know as well? Hoping it's just me talking with fire. Alright, some people in the comments in the chat are putting that Sebi's looking tired and Hughes is looking more energetic. I think that's one of the major flaws with being very muscular. I noticed it a bit when I put on some muscle, is your muscles are stronger, but they tend to burn out quicker. Oh, Hughes even did the back fist. Man, this guy, he's blubbery, but he's got some decent technique, it seems. It makes me wonder if he trains more technique rather than just lifting weights. So could it be Sebi's burning out and Matt Hughes, or Hughes? Alright, Justin's saying. Alright, so Justin's here and he says, can't hear Bellator. That's great. No, I was worried we were going to get a copyright strike. I haven't done a Bellator stream yet, so I was like, shit, man. Hopefully the audio isn't coming through. No, I appreciate you like the fire screen. That's a shout out to Jesse on Fire. I like his MMA play-by-play, or not play-by, his review. He does some pretty good videos. I know some of them are pretty controversial, but I like the controversial takes myself. It's better than the ass kissing. Holy shit, Hughes' jab is actually starting to land. Yeah, so Justin, where are you watching from? Canada? I heard that Canada is one of the only places you can get Bellator for free on YouTube, but I see a lot of other countries in today. A lot of viewers from Brazil. Shout out to the Brazilians. I gotta learn some more Portuguese. If I ever plan to travel to there, I need to learn. Oh, the end of the round. Pretty decent flurry at the end. Now, I'm liking the skill level and the balance in this fight. Sometimes with Bellator, I find that they're too unevenly matched, or the skill level just isn't up to par with UFC, but this one so far I like. Good opening event. Oh shit, both fighters landed a jab to start there. That was almost a double KO. Holy shit, there was Hughes' uppercut. It landed in slow motion. Oh fuck, man, that was a brutal uppercut. Man, this Sibi guy, he's got a good chin. Oh, another left-hand hook connected on Sibi. I don't know if anyone's watched the slow motion replays for, what is it, Tyson Fury versus Wilder. Their third fight. There's, I think it's Fox. They did a slow motion replay of all the big shots that landed in the fight. I was like, holy shit, man. I thought Wilder's fights were like glancing blows to put Fury to the mat. But then after watching it in slow motion, that one punch he landed, the fucking blow reverberated through his whole body. You could see the blubber on his back even like shake as the blow went through. I was like, holy man, that was like a whole body hit. Alright, so Justin says he's watching from the USA. Ah, and he's watching it on crack streams. So is that true that the US can't watch the live streams for free on YouTube? That's brutal, eh? Maybe you could try one of those IP blockers. Not to recommend anything illegal. So he says I have a stream delay about 20 seconds, but it syncs up with what he's watching. Alright, so that works out either way. No, Sibby's got some good takedowns. He got Hughes down again. To me, it almost looks like Hughes really isn't trying to stop the takedowns, that he's confident enough in his ground game and submissions that he doesn't mind if the fight goes to the ground. And another good thing about that strategy, if anyone's ever had knee injuries before, if you try stopping takedowns like with all the might in your legs, it makes your legs very prone to knee injuries. So if you just accept that you're going to go down and then try to escape it afterwards, you could actually save yourself like a blown out knee. Some of the worst injuries I've seen from knee injuries, same thing. Oh, Hughes reversed it and now he's on top. That was one of my favorite moves when I was doing like a wrestling training, as I was always very good at reversing the ground game. So that's why I wouldn't be too paranoid if I got on my back either. I would do like a hip roll. If anyone's wondering how to escape on the bottom, it's a lot with bucking your hips. If you can like practice bucking your hips side to side to side, you can create some separation. And there's even a couple good judo moves that work with it. Like if the guy on top is like holding like either leg on top of you grounded, you can do is hook one of his legs and then hip escape to the opposite way, and he won't have that leg to support him anymore, which can initiate the roll. Sort of like if you're doing a standing judo technique. Judo is like a very good thing like that. It teaches you to take out your opponent's like weight-bearing limbs. So once you compromise that limb that's like holding his balance, it's a lot easier to roll them and take them down. I actually even trained my dog to do it. I used to have a golden retriever, and what I would do is like take one of his legs and pull it out from under him and then tip him over. So then eventually my dog got so sick of me doing that move to him over and over again that he learned how to stabilize on 3 legs. So that if I took one leg away and tried to roll him, he was already ready for it. Now I felt bad about my golden retriever. After we couldn't look after him anymore, he went to live on a farm, and he got into fights with the other farm dogs. And the farmer put our dog down because he kept winning the fights, and he didn't want his dogs to lose. So, well, at least he went out like a warrior. Now I think he lived with us for a good amount of time. So, oh man, Hughes has got his leg or his knee right on his throat. I was always wondering that in MMA. It's like, I know you, like, how many strikes are legal to the throat? Like, I'm pretty sure you can't, like, I don't know if you can't strike the throat, but I know you're allowed to choke people out. So I wonder if that's, like, the legal. Can you actually use your leg or your foot and use it as a choke? Or does it have to be only arm chokes allowed? Yeah, Hughes has got full mount here. Oh, look at that. Sibby tried the bucking his hips. He nearly got it to work. The problem is when he was bucking his hips is Hughes has both legs still planted. So it's going to be a lot harder to roll him if he has his balance. Oh man, there was a good roll by Sibby. He almost got out. Oh shit, man, Hughes is almost burning his arms out. He's punching so much in this ground and pound. The ref is looking. Yeah, the ref stopped it. That's what I was going to say, man. You can't have that much ground and pound before the ref is going to be like, oh, fuck, I got to save this guy. Holy, Hughes is so emotional. He's bawling his eyes out. What is it? The refs, the commentators are saying it was his first win in MMA. Well deserved. He actually went through a lot of fucking trivial parts in that fight. He got taken down multiple times. He was facing his eye being swollen, so he couldn't even see. His depth perception must have been really brutal by the end of that. Now, let's just hope that Hughes doesn't have any serious eye injuries after this. I don't know if anyone has watched some of the most gruesome MMA injuries. But, yeah, you see fighters, once their eye gets hit enough, it can actually become a wandering eye, so it no longer syncs with the other eye. I think that's actually the injury that Bisping had, where he had to get his eye removed. Because, yeah, once you have one eye that's not synced with the other one, it fucks you up bad. Like, I've had a serious concussion and a bad eye injury, and then I started to get, like, the whole, like, oh, even his mouthpiece came out. Holy shit. You gotta hand it to Sibby, though, man. He took a beating there on the ground and pound, and he did not tap out. He just kept trying to buck, and I think if the ref didn't stop it, he might have actually been able to buck him off. There was actually 2 or 3 buck attempts that he almost rolled Hughes off of him. Yeah, that's the scariest thing. If I ever looked into MMA, like I know some people worry about getting their teeth knocked out, I'd be more worried about losing an eye. That, like, teeth, you can always get dentures and stuff, but man, if you fuck your eye up, that's, like, not good. Yes, that was a good call by Justin. He's seen it. The fight win was coming for Hughes. Yeah, that other guy, man, he had the bigger muscles, but Hughes came through with it. Muscles aren't always what counts, I guess, in MMA. I don't know if anyone remembers who was that one guy, Gumby, back in the day. Jeremy Horn, that's it. Jeremy Horn was one of those fighters where he looked like Gumby. But everyone would say, like, man, despite not having the muscles, he was hard to beat. I don't know, the Cyborg main event kind of freaks me out. Maybe that's why we have so many fans from Brazil tuned in from this one. Like, I don't know, to me, like, Cyborg always seems, like, so big and strong for a woman that it's like she's almost, like, physically, like, usually double the dominance of the other female fighters she fights. I know Joe Rogan and other people have made fun of her, saying that she's actually a guy, which I don't think is true. The only thing I would debate is maybe that she used to be, like, what is it called, not transgender, but hermaphrodite. But as far as we know, she's never had any male organs. The only one I think that MMA should do is actually do gender tests. Because I don't know, like, just to prove it and, like, put all the debate out of it. Because unless you do the gender test, people are always going to make fun of the fighters and stuff. And it's kind of a very murky water to go down. And people think that, like, gender tests might be ridiculous, but it turns out more often than not that the Olympics even does gender testing. And sometimes what happens is, yeah, like a woman or a man, they'll be born with both sex organs, like, what is it called, hermaphrodite, and then they get some of them removed while they're a baby, and then their parents don't even tell them. So then they could go their whole lives thinking that they've only been one gender and not realize that they've actually been both in the past. So that's why, like, I think if MMA did, like, strict gender testing, they could take all the debate right out of it. But who knows? Maybe the debate is what they like, and they're like, hey, people can debate whether or not she was always fully woman or fully man. Who knows? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Alright, so they're saying that the MMA event, or Bellator, has some new commentators. That Brazil, or not Brazilian, the British guy, or maybe he's Irish. He's pretty good. I don't know, I have to give credit to, what is it, the referee that does the commentating, John McCarthy. He's pretty good. He's never going to be his Joe Rogan level, but I think he's pretty good. Yeah, some people in the chat were putting there was an early stoppage. Yeah, as much as Hughes was in the lead there, I'm pretty sure that other guy, man, he came close with some buck attempts. If I was the ref, I don't know if I would have stopped it there. Especially since Hughes was the one that looked like he had more damage. His eye was fucked and the other guy had almost no damage. Sure, there was a lot of blows landing, but you never know. Those can be like, some fighters can take a hell of a lot of punishment. But to the ref's credit, you want fighters to always live to fight another day. And yeah, and that other guy, he's got enough skill. I bet you he'll be back. Sibby. Oh shit, we got our first Bellator call play-by-play like. Appreciate it, everyone. Thanks. Alright, so Darius versus Cortez. This one looks pretty intense matchup. I'd have to give it to the bald guy, just from the guess. I'm always cheering for Team Bald. Alright, so the bald guy, he's looking pretty built. His stomach's even got those extra muscles on the side. I don't know if anyone's ever done hardcore sit-up training. You'd be surprised what kind of fucking armor you can develop your core with if you do proper, like, intense sit-up routines. I had no abs my entire life, and I was convinced I never could, till I got a bad injury and I had to start doing training rehab. And part of the training rehab was doing 300 sit-ups a day. And after I did that for about 2 years, I actually developed a core. I know some people can develop a core much faster than that, but if anyone's getting frustrated that they can't develop their core, you'd be surprised. Just stick with it. Sort of like planting a seed in the ground. It's not going to sprout overnight for everyone, right? I remember one time I did that with cannabis. I was planting some weed, and I actually got a seed to sprout and grow a set of leaves in under 24 hours. It was with one of those dome kits where it's like you put it in a greenhouse and it's a dome. And man, did it ever sprout good. But don't be frustrated. Like, some seeds can take like a week to sprout. It's just everything, every person, every seed can be a little different. Ooh, some people are saying Cortez looks like the next champ. Nicola says these boys can eat 10 plates of pasta easily. Yeah, I got carried away with the eating dinner today too. Holy shit. Cortez has a 3-0 record. Muhammad's got 9-4 record. Muhammad's a bit older. Holy shit, Cortez is 6'4". Man, that's a big height advantage. Yeah, so is this a heavyweight fight? It really should be. I missed their weight. I didn't get a chance to read it fast enough. Yeah, it's heavyweight. Oh, Muhammad's got 5 first-round finishes out of, was it 9 fights? 4 KOs and 1 submission. Oh, so he's even got a submission game. No, the training that I did growing up is I was more into old school wrestling. I learned that like from a actually Olympic wrestler who was teaching at our high school. And then when I got older, I trained, just self-taught Muay Thai. I used to watch shitloads of Muay Thai fights. Like, I was watching Muay Thai fights like hours on end. I think when Fight Network first came out, I don't even know if it was Fight Network. It might have been just some sort of pay channel, but God, was there ever some good fights out of Thailand. If anyone wants to watch real Muay Thai, try to watch it actually from Thailand. I don't know, back when I was growing up, they used to have like Thai fighter training facilities that you could stay at like as a tourist, and it was like $30 a month, included all your rent and food. I'm sure the prices have increased since then, but that was back in like the 90s. Yeah, and the one guy showed like staying at those fight training camps. There was one that he was staying at which had a ring outside of his hotel window, and he was like 3 stories up, and they had 24 hours a day Muay Thai fights. I heard like Joe Rogan had a fighter on his show, like the women's champ, and she was talking about how the Thai fighters, their fighting schedules are crazy compared to like other countries. Like, they could fight like multiple times a month even. So it's like, yeah, there's a hell of a lot of Muay Thai fighting action if you're ever going to stay in Thailand. I know a lot of people probably go for the sex stuff, but man, I'd be going for to watch a lot of Thai fighting. The only reason I'd be tempted not to go to Thailand is I'd be too tempted to take those tourist fights where they allow tourists to take their chance of what it's like to fight in Muay Thai, and I'd get my legs broken. I have chicken legs. I definitely skipped leg day too many times. No, if my legs would be the equivalent to, Michael Venom Page. We basically have the same thickness in legs. Although Venom Page, his legs seem to take a lot of good contact. Alright, let's see. So far this fight has opened up and it's mostly stand up. Ooh, it looks like Mohammed's ducking in like he's anticipating going for a takedown. Holy shit, that's a big looping right hand by Cortez. That reminds me of the Chuck Liddell overhand. If anyone knows, like Chuck Liddell back when he was the champ, he had this overhand right, or maybe it was left, but it would come over the top and like catch you over your guard. Because a lot of fighters will put their guard up like this. His punch would come right over. So it may look like a looping shot, but man, if it can beat the guard, that's a good technique. Holy shit, man, both fighters are really loading up. Cortez threw a punch so hard, he went flying after he missed it. Someone put that McGregor would spark both of these fools. I don't know, to me, I was unfortunate that I only started watching McGregor closely after he started this huge losing streak. And if anyone wants to know why McGregor is losing so badly in all of his fights recently, or for the past few years, is he had a horrible experience being a coach. And what happened is he was coaching one of his fighters in the ring, and the fighter he was coaching won the fight, which you think would be good. But the bad part is McGregor's advice was so good. Oh, fuck. The guy might be knocked out. Cortez landed a huge bomb. Yeah, Darius has got some good guard, though, despite taking a beating. He's on his feet. The ref's going to stop it, though, unless he starts fighting back. Oh, he got him in a clinch. That's good, man. If you've seen Tyson Fury fight before, you know a guy can be like almost knocked out and still have a chance. I'm glad the ref let that continue. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Cortez burned his arms out pretty bad. He threw a lot of big punches there. Oh, the big elbow. Holy shit. Yeah, Cortez did an overhand right elbow, and I can't tell by the replay yet, but it looked like it landed flush. You gotta watch those elbow shots. They cut people up bad. Oh yeah. The one guy's even smiling now after taking that beating. He's like, I'm not finished yet. If you think I'm gonna give up that quick, he ain't gonna be his bitch. Oh, he comes back with a knee. Oh, Justin says he has a pick where he has Darius winning, and he's the underdog. Holy shit, nice front kick. People underestimate the power of that front kick. One of my favorite Muay Thai fighters, Erin Lindley, she was from Canada. She was the first woman to win a title fight in, Muay Thai in actual Thailand. She traveled there and beat one of the Thai's best fighters. She had a deadly front kick. Sort of like Lyoto Machida when he kicked, Randy Couture right in the face with a front kick. Smashed his teeth right out. And Randy Couture was such a sissy in that fight. Just because you got your teeth smashed out, he should have been able to keep fighting. But I think why he stopped, he's like, fuck this, man. I'm going to the dentist and get my teeth put back in as quick as possible. Not to make fun of Randy Couture. I've actually been to one of his gyms in Toronto. Yeah, I can't believe Darius survived that as well. Like, I really thought most refs, I think maybe 7 out of 10 refs, they would have stopped that. Yeah, so anyways, to finish the Conor McGregor fight, the guy he was training and calling in the fight, giving advice, he won the fight, but he ended up killing the other guy. Like, the other opponent actually died. So I don't know if anyone's realized that, but like once you're involved in someone dying, it tends to fuck up your mental game, right? Holy shit, man. Yeah, like he curled right up into a ball there. Pretty good defense, though. Like, the only thing I would have gave him advice on... Oh, he even took some body shots. Yeah, see, he was hurt bad, but he still came back with enough fight, or enough punch, to actually stop the ref from stopping it. Good elbows, too. It's like he stuck his elbows up, so every time he's punching, he's actually risking breaking his hand. I don't think you can punch someone very hard on the elbow before you're, like, going to actually break your hand. Alright, so go Team Bald. He's got a decent beard action going, too. I bet you it was the beard and bald that kept him in this fight. Yeah, so shout out to the guy that died. Rest in peace. And I'm pretty sure McGregor's fighting career has never been the same since. Because you could tell, like, a lot of McGregor's fight game, it was all mental game. So as soon as he lost that mental edge where he's just thinking in the back of his mind, he's like, oh fuck, people can die in this. That's the thing that's like, I don't know, like I've had some bad experiences too where I gave people advice and it ended up in people dying, and it's like, it changes you, right? You're like, holy fuck, I should really be careful what kind of advice I give. No, the situation I was in was one of my friends in school, he was getting beat up by his dad really bad. And yeah, his dad was like a very strict parent. So I gave him some bad advice. I'm like, man, you should just stand up to your dad and make sure that he doesn't like keep beating you up and bullying you around. So then what happened was the guy went home, and when he got into a fight with his dad, he ended up pulling out a knife and stabbing his dad. And that's not what I recommended him to do. I meant more like just like yell at him or whatever, but still, yeah, his dad ended up dying from the stabbing injuries later in the hospital, so he ended up going to jail for quite a while. And I was always more careful with my advice ever since. Like, yeah, I should have been like, just kept my mouth shut and let that family work out their own problems. Not try to be the one like giving all the best advice. Yeah, so I bet you that's what's plaguing McGregor. Ever since he's had his like the death experience in MMA, it changed him. He hasn't won a fight since. I think he did win one fight, but that was against Donald Cerrone, and that was when Cerrone was on like his last leg. It's pretty much anyone could hit him with a jab, and Cerrone was done. Not to make fun of Donald Cerrone, I know I've heard him on Joe Rogan, and some of those fucking cave diving experience stories he tells are fucking livid. He's quite a man. Yeah, this is a great fight so far. Yeah, Darius is turning his back, and he's taking a lot of jabs, but I'm thinking Cortez might burn himself out. It looks like he's playing possum, because he's still smiling. His beard isn't very swollen. Oh yeah, the ref, man, he's got the hell of a beard action going. I actually had my beard growing really long, but not that long. Holy shit. So that's why the ref probably let this fight continue. He's like, come on, Team Beard. We can do this. I don't think he's going to break it up. He's just, yeah, he's going to break it up, but he's not going to stop the fight. No, really? I wouldn't stop a fight if I was a ref until it was, like, considered about the guy dying. If the guy was like gonna die, then I'd be like, alright, time to stop this. Holy shit, Darius went for the takedown, but he got thrown down with a pretty good reversal. Judo technique even. Oh, come on, ref, don't stop it. This guy's got lots of fight left. Yeah, Fedi Kuka. Yeah, don't worry, we'll be doing the Clone Evolution stream later tonight, I think. Probably after Bellator. We're gonna burn some scrolls. Yeah, Cortez is still in the lead, and it's only a 3-round fight. I'm pretty sure Darius, he's going to have to come back with like a good like show-stopping technique. If I was Darius, what I would do is stick with those short elbows. He could definitely do some damage with those. And go with the Mike Tyson finishing move. Not enough fighters do that. When they're getting like far behind, you got to start doing some techniques that have finishing potential. Like really, one good uppercut is all it takes is to turn a fight. Oh, the mouthpiece. Oh, the ref didn't even stop it. I know a lot of refs stop it when the mouthpiece flies. Oh, there he did. He let it break up. I know if I was a fighter and I was getting my ass whooped really bad, I would try a few like borderline dirty techniques to get the ref to stop the action. Either like do an intentional low blow and then make it seem accidental so that you can get a breakup in the action. Because really all you need is like 10-20 seconds to regain your senses. Mayweather, if anyone's seen Mayweather fights over the years, his corner had some amazing techniques for that. Like they helped Mayweather sustain his perfect record. Yeah, Darius isn't even damaged at all. He doesn't have a scratch on him yet. He's even still smiling. So I'd be like, fuck, man. The ref should look at that and be like, yeah, this guy's losing and he's taking a beating, but he's fucking still smiling, for God's sakes. Let the fight continue. Oh, man, Cortez is tired. Going back to his corner, he's like, oh, God. He punched himself out a little there, I think. Yeah, if I was Darius, what I would do is probably like maybe fake a few shots so the guy would start like lowering his body, or even like land a few body shots so that he starts guarding his stomach, and then just haul off with a fucking uppercut. Because, man, that uppercut, I don't know, it's like a finishing move. If you can land the uppercut, it can turn a fight around like instantly. Oh, man, Darius had the judo like trip behind his leg and everything I was talking about. The only way, like, Darius there, when he tried the judo move and like put his other leg behind the other guys and tried to roll him, one guy showed me, like a good martial artist, as much as that like trip works, another even better technique is to try to trip higher up. If you can actually hit the back of his knee, it'll cause his knee to bend. And then if you bend his knee, that's when he all of a sudden has no support left. Whereas if you try to like sweep him around the ankle, you have to use a lot more force to pull it off. Ooh, nice side kick. Darius is still fighting back. God, I hate those leg kicks, man. I look at those and my legs hurt so bad just watching it. Yeah, if I had to say, Darius is still the one with the more energy. But let's see how long. Like, it might just... Oh, nice front kick. The only thing with that front kick, too low. I would have tried to knock his teeth out with it. It's easy for me to say because... Oh, he did the front flying elbow. That was a nice comeback move by Darius. I'm one of those ones that just loves the front kick because I can front kick faster than I can jab. And so I'm surprised more fighters don't train the front kick. For me, it was a lot of hacky sack, and I would do like a lot of kicks. Oh, the good back elbow. He landed flush with that. So we got Cortez trying to go for the takedown, but Darius has got some pretty good takedown defense. It's not like the last fight where, what was it, Hughes just kept going down with the slightest attempt. Yeah, like, man, the back of your forearm or elbow there, or, yeah, upper arm, if you can land that flush a few times while the guy's going in for those takedowns, it'll stop him from doing the takedown mighty quick. One or two of those, like, bam, it's like a really, I don't know, just feeling the muscle. If you develop it on the under part of your arm, you could put like 80% strength without actually damaging your arm in the strikes. Who knows if, like, man, if you can temper that arm even more, you could probably push like 90% power before causing arm injuries. Yeah, Darius they said he was going for the Kimura. He's trying to turn down this takedown. Do the back elbows, man. Back elbow, back elbow. That's what I love. You ever seen when the wrestlers come in for the front takedowns and they always got their head low? Some guys will just start like rapidly punching the guy's head while he's trying to do the takedown. You see fights ended that way. Wrestlers sometimes get too dependent on the wrestling that they just leave their head exposed. But into fair game, it's like if you allow like if you go for too many of those strikes while he's doing the takedown, you won't be focusing on balance. Yeah, spinning back fist. Holy shit, man. Darius has got some finishing moves in his basket still. Oh, nice uppercut attempt. And elbows. Dear God, man. If I was the corner guy in Darius, I'd be like, man, you did good for actually trying to turn this fight around. Sometimes you see guys just try to turn it around with the jab or something. You're not going to turn the fight around with the jab. And he's going for broke, right? Like the viewers were saying. He needs a finish to win this fight. So you might as well start trying the fucking dangerous techniques. And he's still smiling, eh? Like, how could the ref even consider stopping it? The guy hasn't even stopped him from smiling. Oh, another elbow. Holy Darius, man. Yeah, you can see that Cortez. He's like, man, what do I have to do to stop this guy? Can't even wipe the smile off his face. Yeah, he's got the Anderson Silva move, using the Muay Thai clinch and then bringing up the knees. That was fucking epic by Reese. Yeah, when you think of how close Cortez got to winning this fight, he must be getting frustrated by this point. Oh, the Dana White series. I haven't watched that. I used to watch The Ultimate Fighter quite a bit, but it's been a few seasons since I've seen it. Man, I even started watching The Ultimate Fighter when it first started. Was it Forrest Griffin versus Stephan Bonner? It's a shame that Stephan Bonner's getting so many addiction issues, but hopefully he can get through those okay. I know I've gotten addicted to like bad back injuries, not like taking opiates, but I was hooked on fucking Tylenol for a while, where I was like just taking handfuls a day to the point where I could actually feel damage from my organs. Wow, good fight. Yeah, too little too late for Darius, but man, he put up a good battle for how like he almost got finished there. I bet you if that fight went another 5 rounds, you never know what could have happened. Or another 2 rounds to make it a 5-er. And he still got the smile going. Yeah, Cortez is totally out of gas. Well, he did well too. I shouldn't give all. I always cheer for the underdog, so it's like, man, I was like very much cheering for Darius there. But if I had to give the decision, it would definitely be a couple 10-8 rounds. Yeah, that body kick was decent. The only thing with those body kicks, they're so cheesy that it's almost all toes. So if someone's kicking you with their toes, like how much damage are you really going to do? That's why I like the front kick. If you got that heel coming into the action, holy, that spinning back elbow by Darius, man. If it was a lesser fighter, man, that would have finished him. Fuck, man, that was a good comeback attempt. Normally I bitch about fighters not trying enough like dangerous moves to try to come back, but he really did. I was impressed by Darius there. You got to think, if Darius had like a better training camp, or like maybe step up his training camp altogether, like getting some new coaches, or maybe even just more endurance technique. He was looking a little bit on the blubbery side. Well, who am I to talk, man? I still got twice the blubber on my gut. At least he's got a pretty good 6-pack going. Yeah, they needed some extra cardio. Or viewer Justin's right. Yeah, that's what I couldn't believe. Like, was it just Joe Rogan was talking with the women's champ, and she was saying that she actually doesn't jog for her training. The cardio isn't always just about jogging. I know Joe Rogan was always about that. He's like grilling her. He's like, what? You don't jog? Like, you can improve your cardio so much, but I don't know. For me, cardio, like, I don't know. Like, I used to do hacky sack training sessions where a lot of people's legs would get tired after, like, kicking for an hour or two. But what I would do for kicking training was I would wear like steel toe military boots and train in those, like kicking all day. And I would literally kick the whole day. Like, we would party at night, and then we would go downtown and be hanging out in front of City Hall. And I would be just kicking in my steel toe boots and kicking from like about noon till even sometimes like midnight. Because what they had in front of City Hall was some lights. And then we would get people that would come around all from City Hall and watch us doing our hacky sack training or matches. Alright, so who's the next fight we got coming up? So far I've been impressed. That's 2 good fights in a row. You know, if anyone else has noticed this, have you noticed like prelim cards are often better than the main event ones? I think what it is, it's the same thing with like the minor leagues and other sports. Sometimes the minor league guys, they just try harder and harder and harder to win because they got that money incentive, or they're trying to get the big contract. But once you get to the main event cards, it's guys that have already gotten a lot of money. They're just trying to prolong their career, so they really don't even fight that risky. Here's the Mitrione guy. I kind of make fun of Mitrione, but sometimes he's good, but a lot of times I would not want to bet on Mitrione. I think I remember him from the UFC days. He's a very victimhood-orientated fighter where he's always trying to blame the refs or something, or blame some sort of legal technique, instead of like taking responsibility and actually trying to win on his own, not looking for the easy way out. But sometimes he does really good, so it's not like he always fails with that technique. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. If Floyd Mayweather fights, if anyone's watched them like growing up, my dad started me watching Mayweather fights when I was just like a kid. And there was quite a few times that Mayweather was losing the fight badly, and his corner had like these amazing techniques in order to get his fighter a rest. Like during the Zab Judah fight, I don't know if anyone's seen that one. Zab Judah was beating Mayweather like really bad, to the point where Mayweather's uncle, I can't remember if it was his uncle or his dad, but anyway, someone from his corner jumped right into the ring, like, you know, WWE style, and punched Zab Judah. And then the ref came out and was like, what the fuck, man? Corner people, get back into your corners. But I was like, man, like, what a good way to help Mayweather win, right? Like, if I was the ref, I would have said, fuck that. That's an automatic disqualification. Can't have your corner man jump in and punch the other fighter. But you could tell, like, Mayweather's called Floyd Money Mayweather. So, like, the judge or the ref or half the people in the organization probably all bet on Mayweather to win. So, like, oh, God, like, even though they cheated, let's just let the fight continue. So, anyways, they let the fight continue, and that was the break that Mayweather needed. And who knows how much damage that sucker punch did to Zab. So big shout out to Zab Judah. Like, I think he legitimately beat Mayweather that night. But like, yeah, definitely corrupt officials. I still can't believe to this day, like, what other boxing match has the corner jumped in and punched the opponent? that was fucked, right? Yeah, another good one that Mayweather would use is, I don't know if you've seen him fight, Arturo Gatti. Arturo Gatti was beating Mayweather like really badly in that fight as well. And then he did the clinch. And then once they were clinching together, the ref came in to split it up. And then Mayweather did one of those sucker punches while the ref was saying, hey, don't fight, I'm breaking it up. So what happened was Floyd Mayweather just cracked fucking Arturo Gatti with like one of the worst sucker punches I've ever seen. And then like you could tell Arturo Gatti was finished from that punch on. Like his whole winning the fight just went downhill from there. I was thinking, really, if the ref was smart, he would have deducted points for that one. Because, yeah, like Floyd Mayweather, like, I know the rule in boxing is you got to protect yourselves at all times, but that was like one of the worst sucker punches I've ever seen. I actually got hit really good with a sucker punch once, too, when I got jumped by a gang in the mall. So it's like I know what kind of damage a sucker punch can do. Like, you don't even see it coming, so you don't brace for the impact. And, yeah, it's definitely a game changer. But you got to hand it to Mayweather. He's got like a whole book of different tactics that he uses to cheat to make sure he can still win and remain undefeated. And he's still undefeated, so you can't really hold it against him. I know it's a little bit dirty, but hey, boxing in itself is a very dirty sport, right? Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to win. All right, so we got Taylor. All her wins are by KO or submission, 2 KOs and 3 submissions. So this chick must actually be one of the favorites here. Alright, so who is she fighting? Ooh, this chick looks tough. Valerie. 2 of her 3 wins by knockout. So she's more of a knockout artist versus the fully rounded fighter. I have to say she's a little bit hotter, so I don't know. Kind of cheering for her. I don't know, normally I cheer for the underdogs, but when it comes to hot babes, I tend to cheer for them as well. I don't want to see her pretty face get damaged. Taylor Turner is the underdog. Wow. Alright, I got to get the names down. I'm going to get them mixed up here. Alright, so Turner is the underdog and she's in the Blue Dogs. Okay, so technically I should be cheering for Turner. She's got a pretty slow kick. Oh, that was a little bit faster. So it seems like Turner's low kicks are quick, her high kicks. Oh, she even's got a front kick action. She's winning me over with those front. Ooh. Loretta landed a decent punch. The shorter fighter too. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I'm being tall myself. Like I'm 6'2". Fighting shorter fighters is sometimes not easier. Because it changes like your whole angle of how you throw punches. You're punching down instead of like flush. As much as it seems like it should be easier to fight a shorter fighter. That's why you got to give Tyson Fury credit, man. Like he's such a giant. A lot of times he's fighting, he's really got to punch down on his opponents. Yeah, if I was fighting Turner, what I would do is wait for her to do those really slow kicks and then just turn it into a takedown. Because, yeah, a lot of those kicks are like slow motion. But, man, she must have a hell of a reach advantage here. I missed that at the beginning. I don't know if I had to pick a winner here. Who do I think is going to win this fight? If I have to say, yeah, I would go for the favorite. Loretta seems like she has more power. She's going to catch Turner. But if Turner can keep it like separated and keep the distance, she'll have a better chance of not getting knocked out. And who knows, maybe Turner can get some sort of submission. Prove me wrong here. Yeah, the way Loretta is built with her legs, I don't know, I got a chance to meet Mike Tyson in person, and everyone like debates where his power comes from. If anyone's seen Mike Tyson in person, you'll notice it right away. His fucking thighs are like freakishly out of proportion. Like I thought I'd seen people with big thighs before, like different wrestlers or soccer players, but when I met Mike Tyson and stood next to him, I was like, holy fuck, man. His legs are like 10 times the size of the next closest I seen. And it's all in his thigh. It's like, I don't know if it's like the pants he was wearing that day or what, man. But I was like, holy shit. And then I found out about Mike Tyson's training regime. He was actually known for doing 5,000 squats daily. So I was like, man, if you want to have some power in those uppercuts, I think 5,000 a day squat routine is definitely going to help. Yeah, I was going to say, if Turner wants to win this, she's probably going to have to win it with like a high kick and over the top with the heel landing on the temple. But I don't think she's going to do it because she's a little bit on the slow side. Loretta's going to see it a mile away, and she's got a fast technique for moving side to side. Yeah, Loretta's definitely got the thighs where she could throw in a thunder uppercut. But she's doing a lot of overhand punches. If I was her trainer, I'd be like, man, just come in with the uppercut. Especially to a tall fighter. It's like the perfect length for you to just clean her clock. Yeah, I'd be going for her midsection too. John McCarthy's right. There's definitely a midsection exposed there on Turner quite a bit. Who was it? I've seen a couple epic fucking body shots over the years in boxing. I think it was Bernard Hopkins. Didn't he win one of his fights where, I think it was, yeah, he hit Oscar De La Hoya. He just fucking hit him in the body so hard that it knocked the wind out of him. So even though, De La Hoya probably could have got back up, he just couldn't beat the count. He wasn't really finished. He just had the fucking wind knocked out of him. Couldn't beat the 10 count. Yeah, so if Loretta... Oh, man, Loretta landed... Well, it looks like she leaned back quite a bit. I was going to say it looked like she hit Turner flush, but Turner seemed to roll with the punch there. Yeah, and I like the hairstyle by Loretta. I don't know if anyone's seen when Lennox Lewis used to use his hairstyles to his advantage. Oh, nice spinning back fist attempt. Didn't really land, but I love that technique. Oh, spinning kick. That was a good one. Got it right in the midsection. Holy fuck, man. She must have really good abs if she was able to take a kick like that. Oh, fuck, that would hurt. No, Lennox Lewis, one of his best training or defensive techniques, he grew like really big dreads, and then he tied them in like a helmet on the back of his head. So like literally the back of his head was just like a giant ball of dreadlocks. And people might think like, why the hell do you need a helmet in boxing? Well, you'd be surprised how many rabbit punches come in and actually hit the back of the head, even though technically you're not allowed to hit the back. So I think Lennox Lewis, that was one of his biggest defensive advantages. He was literally wearing a giant fucking helmet on the back of his head. Yeah, and Lennox Lewis is actually from the same city I am, Kitchener. I actually went to the same high school as him, but definitely many years later. He's much older than me, despite the wrinkles. I'm not that old. No, the school we went to is called Cameron Heights, and I actually just went to it for summer school. And yeah, I don't think anyone really still talked about Lennox Lewis then, because it was well past his, I think it was near the end of his boxing career. Yeah, but it was a pretty rough school, like one right downtown. So you could tell, like, yeah, if you're going to learn to fight, that would have been a good school to go to. Luckily, when I was in that school and it was summer school, it was more just to pick up hot babes. Like, literally, when you go to summer school here in Canada, most of your classes are like 28, like, really ditzy hot chicks that can't make it through school because they're a little bit slow. And like 1 or 2 guys per class. Because most of the guys are like, fuck summer school. Even if I fail, I'm not going. But my parents forced me to go the one year, and I was like, holy shit, man, summer school's the bomb. It's like if you ever want a place to like meet chicks and like have like way outnumbered proportions, it's definitely the best. It's kind of like the guys that take home ec class, right? You can definitely meet a lot of hot babes that way too. Or if they even have that class still. Man, Loretta's got a nice bounce to her step. Try not to be too sick. Ooh. Man, that was a pretty good exchange. I don't know, to me it seems like a lot of rabbit punching. Not really a lot of force behind any of these blows yet. I don't know, Loretta's like doing a lot of running. I wonder if she's going to be able to keep this up. Now, there's a lot of good training advice when they say if you got a fighter that's running and running from you, instead of chasing them, just cut off the ring. Go in the direction that they're always running to and try to cut them off so they just can't keep running in the same direction. I don't know, I like the way Mike Tyson stops fighters from running too. Have you ever seen it? It's like when Roy Jones Jr. tried to run away from him in their like senior battle or whatever. Tyson just charged at him like so fast. Boom, flurries of body shots. So it's like, yeah, if that doesn't stop a fighter from running, I don't know what will. I think that was one of Tyson's main advantages. His style was built to stop people from running away from him. Very good technique for that. Ooh, we got a bit of a nipple slip action going. Want to watch that in slow motion. Now guys, don't be watching the slow motion replay on that. Yeah, wardrobe malfunction. No, it's funny. What was it? Khabib was making fun of women not playing a big role in mixed martial arts, especially when it comes to the ring girls. But I think he underestimates the ring girl effect. Like, it's the same thing like cheerleaders and different sports. When you get some hot women around, it tends to like either make some fighters nervous, or in some cases it'll bring out like an extra fire to fighters. They're always trying to impress the hot babes. Sort of like when a girl starts working in a factory, like all the other guys in the factory will start like picking up their game and working harder, trying to like impress the girl. So I don't know if Khabib's going to start his fight organization, take the cheerleaders or ring card girls out of it. I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea. Yeah, some of the viewers, hey, don't stop it for a wardrobe malfunction. Let it continue. Probably would get better ratings. Now, I'm pretty sure even in WWE, that's happened in wrestling before. Who is it? The Rock had a little bit of the Little Rock exposed. It's just part of the game. OnlyFans Fight Club, promoted by Bellator. One of the viewers wrote that. No, there was actually, when I used to take drama in high school, they had a good trick for when it comes to women and having wardrobe malfunctions. One way that you can do it to try to prevent some of the embarrassment, just in case like some women are watching and want advice, is what they recommended is just wear nipple tape. So just in case like your top does happen to come off during the performance or fight, then you don't really have to worry about exposing anything. You'll actually still be covered. And sorry guys, I don't want to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, because if you're wearing nipple tape, even if your top comes off, you don't really have to worry about the tape coming off too. Or you could just keep fighting. Oh, she goes back to adjusting her top. Oh, the cameraman tried to get a better view. Come on, man, get with it. Some of the guys are such pigs. They're putting, I want to be her stool. No, I feel bad for Loretta. She is kind of getting picked apart at a distance, and she's probably embarrassed about the whole wardrobe malfunction thing on top of it now. Who knows? She can turn it all around by pulling off a takedown. Well, I guess she doesn't have much of a submission game. That kick to the body was pretty good, but still, same thing. It's just your toes hitting them. Like if that heel connected with the body. Ooh, that was a good slow motion. Oh, they panned away right when we get to see the best. No, great fight so far. Alright, I'll try to keep my mind out of the gutter. It's not helping with these wardrobe malfunctions. Oh, her husband's in there watching. That's one thing I don't think if I was a fighter, if I would really want my family in the ring corner. I know, I guess it works well for some fighters like Mayweather and whatnot, but yeah, too emotional. Like if you want to keep your emotions out of it. I don't know if anyone used to watch Kung Lee fight, but the one time his fighting career really took a bad turn and like ended was when he had his pregnant wife ringside watching the fight. I was thinking that was not a good idea. Because really you can hear her screaming, and then it was like, God, like if she gets too stressed out, she could even lose the baby. So it's like, man, that's not a good call. If I was him, I would have been like, you know, wife, I think it's better if you stay home for this one. Let the man go to work. But everyone could be different. Don't want to be too sexist. Yeah, some people are putting that the action is really slow. Oh, there we go. Loretta's got some speed to her kicks. At least like double the speed of Turner's. I think it's just the reach advantage that's too much for her to overcome. She's got to like study Tyson's techniques more and just get in there. Standing that distance away is just not working. Like you can see she's unloading and her punches are missing by like a good 3 inches. Yeah, if I was Loretta's corner, I'd be like, yo, charge her, hit her with a few body shots. Once she lowers her guard, bam, finish her with the uppercut. Or even while she has her guard up, squeeze the uppercut through that. I think the only reason she's not going for takedowns is probably because the other girl's got such good submission rankings. Once you see someone's a submission expert, it could make you a little tentative. Yeah, some people are putting that Turner as an amateur. I think what it is she's just a little bit on the slow side. It does make her look kind of amateurish. Oh, wow, that was a good jab by Turner. Pushed her back. Yeah, I wonder how many fights are left in the main card. I'll probably take a little break as soon as we get to the break in between cards. And then I gotta go move my uncle to the washroom and grab another drink. And then I'll come back and maybe do the main card. Yeah, see, Loretta's got a good game, but a lot of it's too much running away. Especially with a fighter with this much reach. If I was training her to go into this fight, I would have been like total focus on like cutting the ring down so that Turner can't run. That's the weird thing. Turner's not even running. She could literally like be in the pocket if she wanted to the whole fight. Could be a little bit of a fear factor. I'm sure getting in close to fighters makes some people paranoid. Like really, Turner's limbs are so long that if she got in close to her, I don't even think she could throw. Unless she had the good elbow game. Yeah, that's where I think Tyson was very lucky. A lot of the bigger fighters that he was fighting, as long as he got close enough to them, he stunted a lot of their attacks just because they weren't far enough back to throw them at full extension. Turner with the front kick, very slow front kick. Loretta's easily sees it a mile away. Yeah, see right there, as soon as she went for that slow front kick, she could have grabbed the foot, done the trip with the Muay Thai style, and then bam, have her on the ground. Jump on her, do the full mount. Ooh, good. They're starting to trade with the last 20 seconds. They traded for a little bit, and then Loretta ran away again. Come on. Just stand closer for a minute. Even 20 seconds. Oh, that was a nice kick at the end. Yeah, see now she's opening up with the heel kicks. God, if she would have did those sooner. Oh, she caught her on the jaw. See that, Loretta? As soon as she was on the inside, fighting at the end, she started landing. Ooh, she's got some nice dance moves. Oh, butt shaking as well. Holy cow. Let's see her back soon. Yeah, if I was to judge the fight, yeah, some points for the end dancing. No, I would give maybe one round. I can't even, it's hard to say to give one round to her, but if I have to say, maybe the judges will be swayed, right? Like, I'd be tempted to give maybe a split decision here. No, despite all the wardrobe malfunctions and everything that kind of distract me on that fight, it was a very good one. To be honest, I'm going to watch the replay later. Man, oh man. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Loretta, even though she did a lot of running, all of her like antics in the ring might be more entertaining enough to get her another fight in the organization. Let's hope. And all she has to do is get a little bit closer. Like, man, you could see at the end, if she would have just kept the distance close, she would have won that fight. Because from what I could tell, that other girl was not taking her power well. One or two more punches like that, it would have been over. Yeah, man, nice combination. Landed the kick and the punch. Holy, another punch. I didn't even catch that exchange. Yeah, her game on the inside was epic. Right at the end, holy. See that left hand? That was there the whole fight. The only problem was she was too afraid to do it sooner. She waited to the end. Wow, man. Yeah, she would have a good career if she can get over that fear of fighting on the inside. Yeah, I hope to see her back. Oh, nice moves. Oh, the tongue action and everything. Yeah, the people in the comment section. Damn, the replay, the most important one, they didn't play. Oh, it is a split decision, eh? Yeah, 30-27, I thought. Oh my god, they gave her the victory. Wow. Can't say I agree with the decision, but I'm happy with it. Yeah, because her face is busted up bad. She really only landed a few punches the whole fight. And she was running away, so I'd have to give round control to the other girl. But congratulations. Wow. That's one thing that's kind of funny with Bellator. You really never know how the judges are going to give it. Like, I don't know if anyone watched that Michael Venom Page fight when he had the rematch. You could tell, like, I don't know if the judges were told to, like, set it up so they could have a third fight, but, man, Venom Page, it's like he almost landed nothing the entire fight. I gave, like, a 10-8 round, every round to the other guy. And then when he won the decision, I was like, what the fuck, right? It's like the other guy was on top the whole time. Venom Page, all he did was dance. Yeah, so maybe Bellator gives a lot of points for dancing. That's what it could be. There's something added to the rules. It's like, hey, if you can dance in the match, you're going to gain some good points. I'm not so against that. The dancing and the taunting, it is part of the fight game. I wouldn't score it that high in points, but you never know. That's just sometimes how the organizations do it. Yeah, did anyone else watch the Venom Page fight? Did they think he actually won that with the dance moves? No, I think the other reason they gave it to Venom Page is the other guy seemed too overconfident that he was going to win the split decision. So if you got a fighter that's like not trying and too overconfident, you almost want to give the other one points. Yeah, some other fighters are putting that, or some people in the comments. So like, yeah, she won because of the dance moves. Yeah, MM puts cancerous robber. Yeah, that other girl did get robbed big time. She destroyed her in the fight. She had almost no damage. But maybe they counted that at last end flurry, because that really was like the only big punch in the whole fight that landed, and it was for the Lourdes. Alright, some people are asking, did Cody fight yet? I don't know. Some Joa Silva is asking where the free streaming is on the main card. As far as I know, you can watch it on YouTube. But I think our viewer in the States said that, yeah, you might have to find a stream for it. Or just watch it legally. I'm not even sure how. I've been so lucky in Canada, all the Bellator fights are free. Even like, I don't know if they even have pay-per-view ones, but yeah, it's pretty epic. I was thinking like I should do play-by-play because damn, it's free. Why not? Now, that's what I wish is that UFC had like a live YouTube version where you could read chat and see how people are scoring it at home. Because I find that's the one edge that I like Bellator better, is this whole fan interaction. Like actually seeing people's comments. Like I know a lot of the normal play-by-play guys, they got so much things they're not allowed to say, and they can't be more favorites to one fighter or the other. They have to keep it balanced. Whereas like if you get like people in the chat, they can really just say it how it is. Alright, we got a featherweight fight. The guy with the tattoos. I always bet against the guys with tattoos. It's Colton Ham, first 3 round finishes, 1 KO and 2 submissions. Alright, so he's got a good submission game, and he's from Arkansas. Badass fighter. The only thing I hold against tattoos is a lot of times fighters that get tattoos are trying to substitute for one of their losses, or not losses, but faults, and they end up getting tattoos to make up for it. Where I think like training and more technique is a better way to do it rather than trying to show off with tattoos. But this Cody guy, this is who everyone was talking in the chat. He's got quite a few tattoos too. Not as many though. Or no, that back tattoo is pretty huge. I don't know, so if you're going to bet by tattoos, I'd say Cody looks like the favorite. Oh, he's a 4-0. Ham looks like he's got a bit of a glass chin. Not to make fun of it, but I notice guys that have like that chin style. It looks like a little bit on the weak style. But I should really cheer for him because, yeah, Ham is the underdog here, it looks like. So I should be cheering for Ham. I don't know if anyone's noticed that too. You see a lot of fighters over the years, like watching for a few decades, you start to notice like certain jaw structures seem like a little bit more susceptible to knockouts than others. Something genetic or something. Yeah, Ham seems like he's like trying to go for broke, get as many shots off as he can before he gets attacked. Ooh, a kick knocked him to the ground. That was weird. Whoa, man, Ham really unloaded and looked like he connected. But I think it was more a speed punch rather than power. Yeah, Justin's right. Cody Law's up now. I haven't heard of this Law yet, guy. Oh, Law's got him on the ground already. Looks like Ham really didn't try to stop him from going to the ground at all. Either intentionally or just lacking takedown defense. Now here comes the grease seal. If Ham really wants to escape, he's got to just start bucking and squealing like he's a seal that's just greased up, right? He could get out of that. But he isn't. He's like laying on his back and just holding him. Oh, he's exposed the elbow shots. Yeah. Oh, nice up kick by Ham. You gotta watch those up kicks. I'd have to rate, like, of all the damage kicks can do, up kicks are probably in the top 3. Heel kick to the jaw, up kick, or I guess roundhouse with the shin to the temple. Those would be the top 3 I'd put. I don't know if the ref really should stop it when they're like doing the up kicks there. It is kind of a cheesy way for a fight to end, but I would kind of let it keep going. Ooh, Law looks like he's loading up the power in the right hand. I don't know if that's such a good idea. This Ham guy's really quick. Oh, there he caught him. Ooh, an uppercut even. Oh, he did a shin to the body. Now that's a better kick, right? If you're landing the fucking toes to the body, it's not going to do much. If you can dig that shin into the body, then you're talking damage. Like, I don't know, 9 times out of 10, if you kick someone with your toes are just going to break. I don't know, I've done a little bit of reffing and street fights, and I notice that happens a lot when people are punching bare knuckle. A lot of times, oh, it looks like Law is going to finish. He's on top, landing a lot of haymakers. Ham's fighting back with a decent submission attempt. I know John McCarthy is saying there's nothing, but the way he's got his knee around his shoulder, that's a good move. Oh, he got out. Alright, so Ham's just taking a beating now. Yeah, he's trying the submission game, but man, he's in no position for it. Oh, he landed a little up kick, but just with the toes. Yeah, I still can't believe the other girl won the decision, but I should have seen it coming. The way Michael Venom Page won for dancing, and the way she had such sick dance moves. Holy shit, man. This guy's ground and pound's pretty good. He's even got the overhand elbow. Oh, man. Buddy's out cold. See, that's when you start. If you can start working in this part of your elbow and connecting, it's game over. Because I don't know if anyone's trained for striking, but it's like, dear God, how hard I can hit with my punch is like maybe 40% power before I start injuring my knuckles. This part of my elbow, I can hit like 80% strength. Bam. And you don't even feel it. Maybe you might chip a elbow bone, but or if you hit your funny bone, yeah, then you'll be in pain. But yeah, that was pretty fucking epic. I don't know, if I had to guess though, that was a little bit of a setup for him to win. Like, not to make fun of Ham at all, but he did seem overmatched right off the bat. And he sort of just went to the ground and turtled up. That wasn't very good technique. If he was smart and he wanted to get him off, he would have started rolling so that he couldn't actually land anything flush. Oh shit, man. Elbow right to the temple. That was a brutal blow. That's the kind of shit that'll give you concussions. Yeah, I've had concussions and they're definitely no walk in the park. No, that's what I was going to say. A lot of the street fights that I reffed, a lot of them ended by the guy like with bare knuckles landing a huge punch right to someone's either forehead or to their like a cheekbone, and guess how the fight ends? The guy breaks his hand and the guy that gets punched wins because the other guy can't even keep fighting. He's got broken hands. So yeah, that's the one thing when it comes to striking. I think in MMA, they're not really wearing the gloves to protect the fighters. It's more to actually protect their hands from breaking. Yeah, so as good as Kobe or looked in that, I would have to say that was a bit of a walk in the park for him, or Cody. A little bit of a setup in the matchmaking. But yeah, Ham was looking like he does have a decent submission game. If he was trying harder, if he could work on like getting out of those takedowns or out of the ground control, he could be a decent fighter. I'd get some of those tattoos removed. Not that I'm anti-tattoo, but actually one of my friends in Ontario is one of the best tattoo artists in the world. I should show off some of his work. See if I can pull it up here. Oh, fuck, I forget. Oh, yeah. His name is Nate. Yeah, there it is. Nate Dostal Tattoos. If anyone wants to see like one of the best tattoo artists in the world. Not to be like totally making fun of tattoos the whole night. Where can I show it? How can I show it on that screen? Oh, I know how I can do it. I'll just gotta personalize this display better. Fight talk, there it is. Alright, so hopefully we won't get any copyright strike. I'm just gonna switch to this quick and hopefully be able to turn off the desktop audio there. Alright, it's still off. Alright, if anyone wants to see one of the best tattoo artists in my province, Nate Dostal, man, does he do fucking sick tattoos. Like, look at some of the detail on that shit. Holy fuck. Does he have any examples? Let's bring up... I better open this on another page. Man, if I open his regular page, you know, I never know how many boobs might show up, so... Yeah, if anyone wants to check out his Facebook, yeah, this should be clean of any boobs. Fuck, man. Look at some of the tattoo details he's got, man. Isn't that fucking epic? So if you want to check out Nate's tattoos, there's his Facebook page. It's called Nate Dostal Tattoos. I actually went with him to a convention. It was my cousin that introduced me to him. She's a really good tattoo artist as well, but I think Nate's definitely got an edge on hers. Holy fucking epic, or what? Like, look at the fucking detail on that, eh? Like, that's a nice bird. The only knocks I've heard about Nate's tattoos is I don't know how that's going to fade over the years, right? Like, sometimes you get tattoos that are almost too much detail, it might fade, but I'd have to check into that, how his tattoos have worked over the years. Alright, let's go back and we'll check what's happening here. Do we still got one more fight in the prelims? Holy shit. Hopefully this is a fast one. I gotta go move my uncle soon. Alright, 1 KO and 7 submissions. Robert. So Robert's the tattooed, or the submission expert. Now, I think if I was ever to get a tattoo, I definitely want to get one by Nate, but I'd probably ask my cousin to do it, because, I don't know, maybe I could get a family discount. She's really good too, and he's done so many high-end tattoos that his prices just keep going up and up. So he's kind of priced me out now. But good for him. Like, he was so book solid for so long that people are like, man, just raise your prices so we can actually get a chance to get a tattoo by you. Ooh, a knockout artist versus the submission artist. Who will win? Technically, you should think the submission expert would win, but we'll see what happens. Kind of reminds me of the old school UFC, when it was like Hoist Gracie versus Dan Severn. Looks like they're content to actually trade on their feet to start off. How long will it take before Robert goes in for the takedown? I gotta cheer for Robert too, Team Bald. Come on, Bald, we got this. Oh shit, he's eating some jabs. Oh fuck, he's eating a kick. Geraldo. I'm thinking Geraldo. Ooh, he went in for the takedown already, but Geraldo was able to stuff it and just push him away. Yeah, I like the speed on Geraldo's kicks. These are actually dangerous kicks. Not to make fun of the women's division, but those kicks were a little bit slow. Looks like Robert's gonna get knocked out. Holy shit, that punch landed flush. And he pointed at him. Oh my god, that was a brutal knockout. Geraldo just did a flying knee. He even called it. He's like, man, give up now. And then comes running in, bam, flying knee. Jesus, let's hope Robert's okay. There was one down for Team Bald. Yeah, man, like that submission game doesn't always work if you can't get him down to the ground, right? And the way he stuffed his takedown, that was not looking good. It's praying for Robert, man. That's going to be a hardcore fucking knockout. That's like a career ending. That was like Ben Askren. Ben Askren never recovered from that Masvidal knee. That was actually one of the best knees I think I've ever seen in MMA. Because he was already stunned by it. He pointed at him. And then Robert's stumbling back. Oh, right on the side of the jaw and a little bit of the ear. No, he's lucky the way he fell into the cage there. Kind of saved his neck from like worse whiplash. Yeah, that was a good taunt. Oh, fuck. Like, I don't know, of all the flying knees I've seen, like his whole body just went into like that fucking squirming, like funky chicken. Completely brain shut down to prevent further damage. Oh, it even caught a bit of his nose. Oh, and he thumbed his eye on the way down too. I think that thumbing of the eye was unintentional, but holy god. That's one hell of a combination. Flying knee and thumb in the eye. Oh good, Robert's standing. That's a good sign. I was worried he was going to be out cold for like 10 minutes after that one. Yeah, he broke his nose, it looks too. They've got Robert with some attention to his nose there, stopping the bleeding. Good show of sportsmanship at the end. That's the one thing that really pissed me off about the Masvidal Ben Askren knockout. One of the worst sportsmanship I've ever seen. To hit him with those after blows, even after he was unconscious. That almost makes me want to get in MMA and go for revenge. Because I'm a big disc golfer. Even tried turning pro, and that failed. But yeah, when you see that poor sportsmanship, it's like if nothing makes you want to get revenge more than that. But that's not a good way to fight either, out of spite and revenge. Although it can add a lot of fuel to the fire. Yeah, I don't know if that has to go down as the best knockout in Bellator's like year. I would have my votes on that one. That was fucking epic. So people put Jesus Lord. That was a hell of a knockout. Some people booing. Why would you boo that? That was fucking epic. Oh, Robert came in way overweight. They said he was 7 pounds overweight. So it almost feels like he maybe got paid off to not even try. Not to like accusations against Bellator, but someone comes in that overweight, it's like they weren't even trying, right? Someone said that the robber came in just for the money, but I don't know, like, if anyone's had a severe concussion like that, I wouldn't take $1 million for that fucking type of concussion. That'll fucking, like, give you post-concussion syndrome for the rest of your life. It's not fucking fun. Yeah. Oh, the thumb in the eye right at the end, too. Shouldn't laugh at the thumb in the eye, man, but that was one hell of a combo. It's like, BAM! I'm sure he was just trying to lower him to the ground. Yeah, I'd have to give credit to what's his name's training there. That was some pretty good training he had. Learning a flying knee technique like that was fucking epic. Yeah, good shout out to Veterans Day. Respect for that. Hey, Webcam HD. Was wondering where you've been at. Now, speaking of the sex machines, if anyone wants to see what my referral links are, I've also got the virtual made sex machine. It's for adults and men only, but if ladies need a sex machine, they know who to call. No, it's hooks up to your computer, and it's like state-of-the-art technology. Some people love it, other people hate it, so just make sure 18 plus. And they gave me one. All I had to do was give them money. No, they do give me a kickback for the referral link, so I just want to make that disclosure clear. Geraldo, Geraldo. Alright, is that the end of the prelims? I gotta see, how many more are there? Alright, let's check out, what do we got? Bellator 271. Where is it? Watch prelims live. Where did they show the fight card? What the fuck, man? Bellator 271 fight card. There we go. It doesn't show it on the official page, eh? What kind of fucking organization doesn't show their fight card? Oh, there is more prelim action. No, there isn't. Hughes, Cortez, Valerie. No, that's all of them. As far as I can tell, unless the fight cards are wrong. Alright, so let's give a shout out to everyone who won. Roman with the flying knee, congratulations. Who was it? Cody Law, congratulations with that one. And Valerie Loretta. Can't say that I thought she won, but I definitely like to see her fight again. Smoking babe. And she's got some good techniques. Well, really all she's got to do is get in closer and not stay on the outside. And I hope Turner comes back, maybe works on her kicking speed. Because, yeah, she got robbed there, man. I thought most of those rounds were 10-8s for her, so I was surprised she lost a decision there. Alright, so who else did we get with the win? Cortez. Yeah, congratulations to him. But man, did Reese ever give him a fight for his money there, man? That was epic. And congratulations to Ethan Hughes. I wonder if he's related to Matt Hughes. Probably not, but... Yeah, Muhammad seemed like he put in a pretty good fight, but kind of got tired out at the end. And I think it was a little bit of an early stoppage. Alright, so I guess we'll end this stream, and we'll come back for the main event. And I'll just put it on break for now and go move my uncle. And before I go for break, yeah, let's run all my links. Give a shout out to the patrons. Alright, so thanks again, Suki, Dan, Jim, Ray, and Travis, and everyone else at Patreon. Really appreciate it. And let's check out the affiliate links as well. Alright, so Patreon, we covered Society 6, finishing quick is my specialty. It's a saying that comes on t-shirts and bed sheets, both popular with the ladies. I guess that applies to MMA even better. Alright, Hideout TV pays you to watch videos. It's a program sort of like YouTube, except instead of giving all the ad revenue just to the, the creators, they split it between the viewers and the creators. So if you want a cut of watching stuff like videos, check out Hideout TV. And if it seems a little bit low on the payout, just remember if you watch it on an Amazon Fire Stick, I heard it pays double. So anyways, could be wrong about the rates, but Swagbucks, it'll pay you to shop. It's basically like market research. Once you buy a purchase, they give you a certain percentage off, and then they'll ask you like a little question at the end. They're like, hey, did you like your purchase? Was it worth the money? Would you buy it again? Sort of questions. And then you get percentages off. It's basically like the same thing other companies like Google do, except they actually pay you. Alright, so GameKit, it'll pay you to try video games. Same thing, it's sort of like the drug dealer situation where they give you games for free to try to get you hooked. And if you like them enough and start depositing, then the game developers make money. So that's why they give games to GameKit to give away. Because they're like, hey, try to get as many people hooked on our game as you can. So as the gamer, you actually can play the game, beat like level 40 or whatever it is to get the payout, don't make any deposits, and you're in the clear. So you actually can get paid without even depositing. So just to make that clear. Free Bitcoin is a wallet system for crypto. It will give you free loot boxes you can open every hour or whatever. Get tiny bits of cryptocurrency, put it in a wallet, save it up. But they also got casinos linked to it. So like you can bet on fights, you can bet on like games. But yeah, just beware. If you're into gambling and you have a gambling addiction, stay clear of the free Bitcoin. BetFury is basically the same thing, except instead of just Bitcoins, they got other shit like Ethereum. Oh, looks like we do got one more fight. What do you know? Looks like that fight card was wrong. Or maybe they had an extra fight just in case it went quick. So we'll go to this fight right after this. Alright, so yeah, GameKit, free Bitcoin, BetFury. BetFury is really wild. Like if you do the referral links for it, it can help your YouTube channel make a lot of revenue. So if you're into like getting affiliate links, free Bitcoin and BetFury just kick ass if you can get them going. Virtual Mate we already covered. Oh yeah, and there's the coupon code for Virtual Mate. It's $150 purchase or more. We'll get you $10 off. And the coupon code is LYNBS. That's LYNBSN. It's not a BS code. It actually works. And just remember, I get a kickback from that. Oh yeah, and we also got my website linked below. Alright, let's do my last sponsor message before I forget.
Today's Bellator fights were brought to you by Crack. Crack! It'll fuck you up. Woo!
Alright, we're back. Sorry about the funny voice there. I know some of the ladies hate that one, but we can't do everything for the ladies. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, does anyone actually have a link to the real fight card for when it comes to Bellator fights? Why did I go to the fight card? It didn't show them all. There was one canceled fight between Jordan Newman and Shane O'Shea. They said O'Shea did not weigh in, so that's weird. Hey, Steadfast, speaking of the ladies, how's it going? We're just doing one more fight, and then we're going to be wrapping up this stream. Oh, here it is. This is part of the main card. Looks like they moved one of the main card fights to the prelims. So this is this it? Yeah, it's Bruna Ellen. She's from Brazil. 5-3 record. What's the height and weight? Roughly the same. 5'4", reach, almost identical. Versus Desiree. And Desiree is from the States. She has a 5-3 record. So both seem very even, eh? Evenly matched in records, height, weight. If I had to guess, so I'd give the Brazilian fighter the edge here. Seems like it's a very pro-Brazilian card. So we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, Steadfast, if you want to watch the fights, I got the link at the very top of the chat. They're free to watch in Canada on YouTube. One of the viewers put that Taekwondo is for babies. I don't think that's true. At least teenagers. Just kidding. Alright, so let's hope we don't get any more wardrobe malfunctions in this fight. I'm sure the guys want that. Now they're commenting that the fighter from Brazil is very cute. Yeah, I'd say she's pretty hot. I'd have to admit, one of the reasons I'd like to go to travel to Brazil is all the beach babes. No, and Brazil's got also the jiu-jitsu action going on, and they got a wicked video game scene. If anyone's seen the video games in Brazil, God, are they ever epic. Alright, so the fight is starting off. Ooh, the US fighter's got some pretty quick leg kicks. Much faster than the other female fighters we've seen tonight. The Brazilian fighter is doing mainly jabs. Ooh, she got clocked with a good punch from the US. I'd have to say the US fighter looks a little bit more muscular. And a little bit taller. I'm surprised they came in at the same height. Alright, so Steadfast has got the link. That's cool. No, hopefully the Anubis amulet's going to arrive in the mail soon. I'm not sure how long it'll take, or if I put enough stamps on it, so hopefully it arrives. And just remember, you keep the storing instructions, because some people that didn't store it correctly had some bad results. When it comes to curses, those amulets can get a little crazy. I don't know, if I had to guess, it looks like the US fighter's going to win this. Just from her sheer size. Oh, she's going for the takedown. Oh, the knee almost stuffed her. That wasn't as epic as the knee we saw in the previous fight, but still pretty good technique. Brazilian fighter's going for the kicks, but it looked like a lot of a toe kick there. Wasn't really shin connecting to anything. Hey, Luke Gardner's in the chat. He wants to know, has Aaron Pico fought yet? Let me check. I think he did. Or no, I don't believe he has. Aaron Pico's coming up on the main card. So no, this looks like the main card, but I think what they did is they just moved one of the main card fights to the prelim. Not sure why exactly. Probably because there was a lot of quick knockouts and they needed another fight to add to it. Yeah, because the stream I'm watching, it's still calling it the Monster Energy Prelims. So no, the main event with Aaron has not begun yet. He's fighting Justin Gonzalez. Man, that looks like a pretty epic battle. Justin's undefeated. And Aaron's at 8-3. Yeah, no problem. Thanks a million for the chat. Now, if anyone wants to join my Discord, I should give the link for that. I do a few more fight reviews than I used to. The only fight review really I've done so far is the Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder. It was a pretty wild review for that one. So let's give a share for the Discord in case anyone wants to get a hold of me. Oh fuck, I put on the wrong one. There it is. Invite to people, copy. Alright, I'll put my Discord link in the chat. So if anyone wants to reach me, if you want to join in on the callers too, you can do it on Discord. My show can take live callers. I haven't tried it for the fight shows yet, but just remember we got to keep the chat reasonably clean. I don't really care about swearing and stuff. It's just the stuff that gets your account banned. I'm sure everyone is aware of what you can say on accounts and what you can't. Woo, there's a pretty good overhand right. Or no, that was a left. Yeah, we got a lot of fans in the official chat from Brazil. They're cheering on the Brazilian fighter, but I think she's going to be a little bit of an underdog just with the size difference. She's landing a few kicks, but it's always those toe kicks. If I was more worried, it'd be if like heel kicks were landing. Now, if anyone's wondering what I'm drinking tonight, it's just water. I extended Sober October to be a few extra months for me this year. But I will be drinking and smoking weed again as soon as December's here. My birthday is December 2nd, so planning to start partying it up again. Now, I managed to start the sobriety, what was it, in... Yeah, it was September, so I haven't smoked any weed since like August, the end of August. Now I'll play the commercial for my weed vaporizer modification if anyone uses the Extreme Q. It's pretty much the best modification you can get. I actually just gave one away to one of the buddies I work with today, so I might get a review in from someone who's trying it out for the first time. Ooh, good elbow. The US fighter. Oh, good flurry at the end by the US fighter. She had her pinned against the ring and landed a couple good blows there. If I had to give that round, I'd say the US fighter won it, but just 10-9. I don't think I would give it a 10-8. Kayla Harrison, record 12-0. I've yet to see her fight. Does anyone know if she's good? Ooh, they're doing $1 million checks. That'd be tempting to get into the fight. That's what I was thinking. If I was ever offered a YouTuber fight, as long as there was $1 million on the line, and if it was just boxing, I'd probably try it. Because, dear God, you could just take a knee and have the fight end at any time. So, wouldn't be as risky as MMA and getting your limbs broken. Definitely, you could lose an eye and lose some teeth, but hey, $1 million. Just kidding. No, there's more to life than money, that's for sure. Yeah, they showed the main card there, and it does look like they've made it smaller now. Alright, the next round has begun. They're trading a little bit. Whoa, a Brazilian fighter had a decent combination, but the US fighter was able to dodge it like nothing. Yeah, I think John McCarty's right. If the US fighter can pin her up against the cage again, she would definitely finish this fight. Man, her cage game was almost as good as ground and pound. Yeah, some people are commenting about the Cyborg fight. They think Cyborg's just going to destroy the Irish fighter. If I had to guess, I would agree too, because usually Cyborg's body type is just like double the size of her opponents, so we'll see how well they actually match up. It's not always about size difference, but I don't know, in MMA it sure helps. Someone's saying that the Irish fighters have a better chance because they have the potato power. I can make fun of the Irish a little bit because my family's part redhead. Actually, as I started to get older, some of the hair in the bottom of my beard has started to turn red. I was like, what the fuck? I've only had like blonde and brown hair in my beard my whole life. It wasn't until I reached my 40s that I start to get some red. Holy shit, Brazil had a good flurry there. Actually sent the US fighter back. No, now my beard's got 3 colors. Gray, blonde, and brown. Oh yeah, and red, so 4 colors. Fuck. It's like a rainbow. Holy shit, man. That was a pretty good exchange in the pocket. No, the US fighter's doing the front kick pretty good with the heel, but still way too low. If you want to land that front kick somewhere epic, aim for the organs in the midsection or aim for the jaw. I don't think it's going to do much to the legs. No, so far this prelim event has been pretty epic. I think as all the Bellator cards I've done or watched, this is probably one of the better ones I've seen in a while. Not only did you have the wardrobe malfunction that a lot of people will be talking about, controversial decisions, same fight, and that fucking flying knee KO. When it comes to drama, this fight card has been just action-packed. Oh yeah, and if anyone didn't catch the beginning, yeah, there was a pretty epic wardrobe malfunction. The hot fighter had her boob hanging out for like a good half round. No, the camera work didn't show much, but I'm pretty sure there'll be other angles. We'll have to tune in later for that. Who knows? Maybe she was wearing nipple tape. I doubt it though. I don't know, if I had to guess, this fight should be ending soon. One of those punches lands, man. They're pretty epic bombs. Oh, man, the toe kick almost slapped her face. She leaned back right at the right time. Ooh, good elbows. That's what I was thinking, man. When you get in close like that, you're too far a distance or too short a distance to land flush punches. Just change those punches into elbows. Because, man, those elbows will land flush. Yeah, pretty good knee to the midsection. But I don't think that's really going to do much damage. Unless you're in a 5-round fight. Oh, the U.S. fighter went for the takedown. Brazil stuffed it really good. No danger of the takedown on that one. Oh, Brazil goes for the reversal takedown and lands it. She's like, hey, you want to try some takedowns, do you? Oh, the U.S. fighter's rolling. Rolling and twisting. That was some good rolls. Oh, she reversed it and got on top right at the end. Yeah, that's what I like to see. When a fighter just doesn't submit on the bottom. No, she was worried about a wardrobe malfunction there, but it was nothing compared to the first women's fight. No, that's really what you got to do when it comes to those takedowns. Just don't submit, lay on your back. Just keep rolling, rolling, twisting, hip tosses. Man, that was like a hip toss combined with the roll. Worked really well. Yeah, because once you have that in your arsenal, you'll never be worried about getting taken down again. Because you see a lot of fighters that get hesitant because they're too worried about getting taken down. Ooh, landed on the back of the head. So that was the Brazil fighter that stunned her a bit. Right on the back of the head. Ooh, she got punched right in the boobs. At least a bit of cushioning for that one. Yeah, it's kind of a shame the U.S. fighter doesn't have her fancy hairstyle. In her picture, she's showing some wild, like, purple hair. But now she's gone back to a regular brunette. But that is another thing if fighters have noticed. When people are dyeing their hair, sometimes it's because their training didn't go so well. So they try to find another way to make up for it. Alright, I'm getting called to go upstairs to move my uncle to the washroom, so let's hope this round wraps up pretty quick. Woo. No, I'll take a little break, move my uncle in between when we switch to the main event card. And I think maybe I'll keep the stream going, but I'll run my Vaporizer commercial, and maybe I'll put it on repeat so it can just play over and over. And then once I'm back, then I'll turn the commercial off. And if anyone's wondering, the Vaporizer I don't make, it's the Extreme Q. It's actually made in Canada though. What I do make is the modification attachment. It's for collecting vapor oil, but it's also officially just for potpourri. It just happens to be some cannabis users figured out it works really good for that. It's not actually for sale yet, but if I get 1,000 people to like the YouTube page or the Facebook page, then I'll bring it back on the market. Oh no, pray. Someone just said that Mike Tyson is in the hospital with a serious case of the virus. I hope that's just a rumor and it's not true. 'Cause dear God, man, like, as much as people make fun of the virus, there are some really serious cases. I know I've had friends and family that ended up in the intensive care unit, and then I've had others where it was just like a normal cold, so it can really be hit or miss. No, thankfully everyone that I knew who was in intensive care actually survived, so far so good. Oh, good knee. That was a good knee technique. If she's a little bit behind in the fight, all she needs to do is land a few knees like that. She could turn the scorecard around. And really, if she wants some extra points, do some dance moves. Seems like Bellator scores really highly in points for dance moves. It worked for, what is it, Michael Page. And it also worked for that last lady earlier on in the fight card that had the wardrobe malfunction. She added some dance moves in and totally turned the fight around. Scored some epic points. You gotta admit, Venom Page, he had some of the best dance moves I've ever seen in a fight as well. Comes to dancing, I never thought it would score big in martial arts, but hey, it is an art in itself, right? Ooh, Brazil fighter almost landed another flush knee. Although the US fighter has her pinned against the cage pretty good. You hear the corner calling for elbows, and it is really prime condition for elbows. Those rabid punches aren't going to do much. See, the US fighter is focusing too much on the takedown here. I think if she wanted to win, she would just press her up against the cage and throw elbows. Going for this takedown just isn't worth it. The Brazilian fighter is definitely trained to stop these takedowns. Oh, she's got the trip. Oh, Brazil got out of it, no problem. Ooh. Oh, another flying knee. See, Brazil, man, they could land that and it'd be over. It looks like the US fighter's definitely gassing as well. If I'd have to say, the Brazilian fighter has a lot left more in the tank. Oh, the US fighter's tired, and she's using the takedowns attempts to try to stall. Yeah, the Brazilian fighter's got good defense or takedowns even on one leg. She's like, go ahead, try to trip my other leg. I only need one to stand. If I had to guess, this fight's going to end without any big action. They're just stalling out. Ooh, prove me wrong. Good flurry at the end. Oh, nice overhand at the end. But really no damage to either fighter. Alright, so thanks everyone for tuning in for this part of the card. I'm going to go take a break and we'll be back for the main event. And I'll run my Vaporizer commercial in the meantime. So don't forget to subscribe to it too. We got it in the links below. Thanks everyone. See you on the next card. If I had to guess the winner, they're going to give it to... Let's give it to the Brazilian fighter, just for the Brazil fans. Alright, we are back. Let's bring back the fights. Alright, next thing I'll have to do. Thanks everyone for staying tuned in. Oh, we got the main event has begun already. Just in time. Or is this still the prelims? Let me just check. Bellator Cyborg main card. Hey, it says the main card doesn't start for 30 minutes. Is that correct? That can't be correct, is it? Or it could be because it starts at 10 o'clock, eh? Alright, well, let's go back to the other fight that they were watching on the prelim card. We got Maury versus Cleveland. Seems like the chat is still active for the... Who knows, maybe they had an extra fight for the prelims they could add while they were waiting. Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit winded. When I was taking my uncle to the washroom, we almost had a near fall that time, so that was close. If anyone wants good training practice for MMA, being a personal caregiver and you have to lift people all day, it's definitely a challenge. And ooh, good takedown. He used the trip and it actually worked that time. The guy in the bottom is going for submissions but not having much luck. Now, once you do PSW work and you carry people around all day for a living, it's like, man, lifting adults is definitely good training for MMA. I found even taking wrestling classes, I never really learned the weight distribution in order how to balance and like how to lean back in order to use your own leverage from your own body weight to help you lift other people. But once you do it for PSW stuff and you're like doing it all day, every day, man, does it ever teach you. There's nothing like actually doing something to learn properly. Yeah, if anyone wants to see some of the PSW I work on with my uncle, I can just check out the videos. It's in my how-to series. I got one called How to Do Volunteer PSW Work. My uncle's a bit on the shorter side, but man, he's definitely heavy to lift. For drinks, I got a jug of orange juice. It's actually Tang mixed in just a regular juice bottle. What I do to keep my weight down is only fill water about that far and then make Tang the rest, just like 10%. And you'd be surprised once you get accustomed to drinking watered down juice. It's very low in calories and it also tastes reasonable. I wouldn't say it tastes great, but I wouldn't say it tastes awful either. No, and if anyone needs the Bellator fight card link, just let me know. I can post it in the chat. Right now we're still watching the prelims. Looks like they added one more fight to the prelims because the main card doesn't start for a while yet. Man, the guy on top is doing the arm submission game, and he looks like he might have it. If anyone wants to know how to get out of this arm submission, I think rolling would be a good one. Or, I don't know if hip would really work. Oh, he already tapped. So Cleveland tapped out. See, what he did there is he accepted defeat. He's like, oh shit, my arm's fucked, I'm just going to accept defeat. Really what he had to do is roll like a grease seal. If you roll and roll and roll, or squirm and squirm, hip check and hip check, then you're really going to have a better chance than if you just lay there and take it. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat, they're putting that was a trash fight. It really did look kind of cheesy. The guy really didn't try to fight to get out of that submission. But sometimes it can be just lack of training, like maybe you really didn't look into how to get out of those type of submissions enough. Holy big size difference too. The guy's got like half a foot in height over him. Yeah, the guy went for the arm guillotine, and that was not a smart move. He basically just allowed himself to go down to the ground and then had no defense to get out. See here, he's like ready to tap, and then taps. He had like it was all in his mind game that he was already gonna lose. He was already gonna lose. He accepted defeat. Like really, how far that one guy was leaning to him on that side, he could have just did a hip toss, and the guy was already leaning so far to that side, he would have totally flipped him. Especially if you can do chip. If you're good at push-ups, you could easily just push the guy and roll. Especially a guy that was like so looks like he weighed less than him. But easier said than done. Yeah, a lot of the people in the chat were even putting, man, he tapped to that. That wasn't even a move most people tap to. You never know. He might have had previous shoulder injuries, and the slightest bending on the shoulder was just going to make him tap. Wow, round number 1. Lucky I made it back in time. Steve Mallory, and he's undefeated. So that was a pretty good matchup. Oh, he even had a whole bunch of babes in the audience cheering him on. They all had their own custom shirts made to cheer him on. Now I'm gonna have shirts in my merchandise soon. We do got the finishing quick ones, but we'll get an official Lelanders shirt going, hopefully before Christmas. Yeah, who we got? John McCarthy saying that he took the fight to the ground, but that wasn't really the case. The other guy tried to do the headlock and took the fight to the ground in the attempts to do it. So Steve just went along with it. Man, Steve's got some hardcore cauliflower going. So he really didn't wear the training protection for his ears. Now, I remember when I was doing training for wrestling, and we were training with an Olympic wrestler. Yeah, he had the cauliflower ear so bad. I'd never seen it before like that. But it's part of the game, I guess. If you don't wear the protection for it, you'll get cauliflower ear really quick. Now, some people think cauliflower ear isn't that bad. It just looks weird. But there's a lot of fighters that lose because of it. Like, they'll get punched in the ear and it'll just explode. And once you get a lot of blood coming out of your ear, refs will stop the fight a lot quicker. Yeah, if people in the chat are mentioning Fedor, I'm going to check out that Mike Tyson news and see if it's legit or not. Mike Tyson got the virus. Let's see, I don't see anything recent, so maybe it's just false news. Let's go past 24 hours. No, I don't see any news of it. If anyone's got a link for it, if they can put it in the chat. I don't think it's true. Just people are putting that in the chat. So I was like, hey, is that really true? No, Mike Tyson strikes me, if anyone's seen my previous videos, that he's got a little bit of the demonic possession going. So I would be very surprised if he got the virus and got a serious case of it. If anyone's seen not Mike Tyson, Tyson Fury's dad, he was talking about the big fight. And then if anyone didn't hear, Tyson Fury almost couldn't fight because he had recent surgeries done on both elbows. He had bad elbow spurs, so he couldn't even jab during the fight. So if anyone's wondering why Tyson Fury changed his fighting style so much in the third fight, it's because he couldn't jab. So yeah, and he only had a 3-week fight camp because he got over the virus, and one of his kids was in the hospital. So yeah, he had a lot of shit going into that Wilder fight, but he still managed to pull off a miracle. And his dad was even saying that he thinks he has supernatural abilities, sort of like demonic possession as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Or who knows, maybe a guardian angel. If anyone's looked into the ancient stories of fighters, it's actually really common for demons and angels to come in and fight mortals. So it'd be pretty wild. I know a lot of people don't believe that shit, but yeah, it's pretty... Try not to believe it as long as you can. Once you see evidence for it, it's hard to deny it. Alright, I'll put Mike Tyson past 24 hours. That's the one craziest claim. I don't know if anyone heard that Logan Paul says that he's going to be able to beat Mike Tyson. It's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Mike Tyson would destroy the Paul brothers in like one body shot. I know the Paul brothers have had like really easy fights so far, especially that Mayweather fight. I know Mayweather, they tried to say it was a close fight, man, but he got his ass whooped in that fight. No, pretty much Mayweather spent the entire like first round or two just curled up in a ball taking a beating. So I don't know how people thought that was a close fight. And Mike, I'm sure Mayweather would have did a lot better against the Paul brothers if he wasn't like half their size. Which kind of makes sense though, because who is it? Floyd Mayweather has been beating up like people half his size in like exhibition fights, so it was kind of due to see the opposite, where he had to fight someone bigger than him for a change. And shout and props to Mayweather, he actually survived the beating. A lot of people would have just thrown it in the towel. But he ran and managed to run enough to survive. I don't know, the only thing I can see about the Mike Tyson news, they said Mike Tyson arrives in Egypt and he's to fight film some fighting scenes. And they're saying it's taken longer to go through because of the virus checkpoints for travel. And I actually had a friend of mine who traveled to Egypt and he got a really bad case of the virus when he came back too. So who knows if he got it in Egypt or if it was on the plane ride or what, but... So I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Tyson got it while traveling, but I don't see any actual legitimate sources yet. If anyone's got a link for it, just let me know. So something Mike Tyson had a date with Madonna at some point? I never knew that. The Bare Knuckle Fight Organization, they said they offered Mike Tyson $20 million to fight Bare Knuckle. I don't think Tyson would do that because he would risk breaking his hands too easily. Especially the way he punches, boy. He could easily break his hands. Alright, someone in the chat was saying, how are Canadians supposed to be able to watch the main card? F you, Bellator. Well, what is wrong with this person? They have the link right there for the main card. You know, even someone posted it. They're like, what's wrong with you, man? The main card is free in Canada. Here's the link. Now, they're showing some clips and reviews of Cyborg's previous fights. Boy, in this fight, she actually looks like not the most dominant physical shape. Boy, she's throwing power shots better, though. Oh, is that when the Canadian was fighting her? Damn. See, that was a brutal fight. The Canadian had no fucking uppercut comebacks. Like, really, she tried the front kick to push her away, but it was too late at that point. Her coach should have been yelling, uppercut, uppercut. Because Cyborg's just, like, swinging away like this. One uppercut would have finished her. Instead, she just kept trying the push kick to push her away. Yeah, terrible training advice. And it was actually a low blow that knocked her down at the end. Now, I'd like to see some more footage of who Cyborg's fighting tonight. Will she actually have a chance? Oh, here she is. So she's more of a boxer. Oh man, she has such slow punches. Cyborg's gonna destroy her. And no power either. The replay they showed where she won, the fighter she was fighting just stood there and said, I can't fight anymore. And even though she was still punching her, it wasn't hurting her at all. Couldn't even knock her down. How does she think she's going to win against Cyborg? Who knows, maybe I'll jinx her enough that she'll actually pull off the upset. Yeah, look at that. They show her. She's like, no power at all. Yeah, Cyborg's wins are definitely way more dominant. Oh god. That was a horrible fight. Who was it that was in the UFC that beat Cyborg? Was it Amanda Nunes? I'm trying to remember who it was. Let me bring up her fight record. Come on. For fuck's sakes, man. I put in Cyborg, MMA, Wikipedia, still didn't find her. So was it Chris Cyborg? Oh, you fucking gotta be kidding me. She doesn't have a Wikipedia page? You gotta be kidding. Does anyone got Chris Cyborg's Wikipedia page? Why is it not coming up in Google search results? That is fucked, man. Normally you type it in, it's the first thing that comes up, right? Unless she doesn't have a page, but what are the odds of that? Ooh, spinning back fist knockout. I don't get it. How can Chris Cyborg not have a Wikipedia page? That is fucked. Oh, I spelt it wrong? Maybe that's why. Let's try it again. The only thing I can think of, maybe Chris Cyborg got the Wikipedia page removed. Because I know she's gotten upset by what people say about her in social media or whatever, so maybe she got the page taken down. How is that possible that like one of the best mixed martial artist fighters doesn't have a fucking Wikipedia page? I think that's the first time I've ever gone to look up a fighter and they don't have a Wikipedia. What the fuck, man? That is messed up. Is anyone else having the same issue? Trying to look up Chris Cyborg's Wikipedia and there's nothing? Yeah, because I'm looking under the image results and nothing is listed under Wikipedia as well. That's like really fishy, eh? Like, why the fuck would you not have a Wikipedia page? I didn't even know such a thing was possible. Yeah, that's the first time. Maybe I'll try a different search engine. What's another one? Bing? Yeah, Bing has it. Why the fuck Google didn't? That's weird, eh? Google returns nothing. Bing found it right away, right off the bat. What I should have done is just put up Wikipedia and then search Chris Cyborg. Instead I tried Google and they've got her censored out for some reason. Does anyone know why? Why would Chris Cyborg be censored off Google? That's fucked up. Alright, so at least we got her page up. Let's check out her losses. Yeah, her last loss in mixed martial arts was against Amanda Nunes. No, the irony too. It's a bad joke, but a lot of people said that the only person who could beat Chris Cyborg would be a man, and then it turned out to be a man, that beat her. It's terrible. Sorry. Holly Holm. Yeah, that was a decision. Holy. Yeah, she doesn't have many decisions on her record. Oh, did you know that Chris Cyborg beat a fighter for Japan in Strikeforce to win the title? But she got stripped of the title because she tested positive for steroids. And that was back in 2011. So I didn't know she had steroids usage in her background. And one of her weaknesses is her first loss was actually her first loss in her career, was her first fight, and she lost by a knee bar. So I don't know if she trained for knee bars to not get submitted again, but back in 2005, she lost her first fight. Then she only has one no contest when she got her title stripped in Strikeforce because she tested positive for, yeah, stanzanol and anabolic steroid. Which I'm surprised that she would need steroids. Usually she's like twice the size of her opponents already. Isn't it so strange too that Cyborg really only lost one fight in the UFC and then she was cut or she left the organization? I know she hates Joe Rogan because he made the gender jokes or whatever. But I was thinking if she wanted to prove the gender jokes wrong, the UFC should really just do gender tests to prove whether or not someone does have a history of being a, what is it called? Not tranny, but a hermaphrodite. Because I don't know if anyone's noticed, like when guys get surgery as babies, like, what is it, circumcised, they don't remember it. So you could have had surgery as a kid to change your genders without even knowing. So really the UFC should test for genders just to rule it out, right? Not to say that Cyborg's lying or that she is a different gender, but just to rule out any like possibility of it. Because yeah, if you do the gender testing like the Olympics does, the Olympics has actually had cases of that, where someone had their gender changed when they were a baby and didn't even know. Started competing in the Olympics, telling everyone that was their gender, and they weren't actually technically lying. They just didn't know because their parents never told them. Oh, I think the one fight I hated the most is when she beat Gina Carano. Gina Carano was my favorite MMA fighter for women's martial arts. And when she lost, I was like devastated. So I'm not really a big Cyborg fan ever since then, but you got to give her credit. She has a good career. She's only 36 and she's been fighting for quite a few years now. Chris Cyborg's background is Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She fights orthodox. I wonder if it says anything about people making fun of her genders. Oh, here it is. Doping and violation suspensions. Cyborg in 2011. Oh, Masvidal was fighting on the same card. She won by TKO in just 16 seconds of the first round. But then like a year later, I don't know, oh no, it was a few months later, they tested her for steroids and found out she was jacked on steroids. As a result of the banned substance, the fight result was changed to a no contest. She should get a loss for it. That's weird how MMA does that, eh? If you get caught cheating, you don't even get a loss, you just get a no contest. That's fucked up. So Cyborg had her license suspended for only 1 year and was fined $2,500. You think the steroids would give you an advantage for more than a year. I'm surprised it's only a year suspension. So who knows? Maybe she was on steroids when she beat Gina Carano. It could have been that, yeah, she just never got caught. I don't know if anyone heard the interviews with Mike Tyson and Tyson Fury. They talked about how the fight organizations that want fighters to win will often waive their drug tests. So they'll just let the same person get away with like cocaine or steroids or whatever, as long as they want them to keep winning. And if the organization's sick of them, then they'll start testing them over and over again to try to catch them. Yeah, at one point, Mike Tyson said that he was on everything. So I was like, holy shit, right? Like Mike Tyson for a lot of his career was, I don't know if he actually did steroids or maybe he meant just cocaine and stuff, but yeah, his blood was definitely not clean and they let him keep fighting over and over. Yeah, so Cyborg got busted for steroids in 2011 and her fight versus Gina Carano was just in 2009. So there's a good chance that she won on steroids. Not to say she did or anything, but just looking at the records. Not to say that she would need steroids. I think she was actually substantially more muscular than Gina, so she definitely had a huge advantage strength-wise. Yeah, let's bring up Gina Carano's fight record. Be interesting to see what she was like. Yeah, Gina Carano won all of her fights except for the fight against Chris Cyborg, the steroid fight. Allegedly. Yeah, and she won by KO, decision, submission, KO, decision. And then her only loss was to Cyborg. Oh, she got knocked out with 1 second left in the first round. And it was a 5-minute round. Wow. Now, if anyone wants to get good training advice for when it comes to like getting more energy, try watching a replay of like your favorite fighter losing. And man, you can do so many extra reps and sit-ups for me, especially. Like if I was watching that Cyborg fight where she beat up Gina, I could probably do like double the amount of sit-ups without even feeling it. The good old Hulk effect. Yeah, Gina Carano was voted the hottest woman in America in 2008. Yeah, I think she's still a babe. Ooh, Lucasfilms in 2021 said that she would not appear in future Star Wars projects following the controversial post she made on social media, which I had heard those before. And she mocked the use of masks. And just to be official, on the CDC and the World Health Organization, they say that I am not allowed to disagree with them at all when it comes to masks. So I agree that masks are needed. But if we were allowed to say, I'd probably agree with Gina. Not to say that masks can't work at all, but I think they offer like a 1% reduction in catching it, so it's almost ridiculous that people are forced to wear them. But hey, the World Health Organization is never wrong. I'm not allowed to say otherwise. And she repeated claims of voter fraud during the election. I know that, in Canada, we had rampant voter fraud in our last election. I even tried it to see how it would work. We did the whole mail-in voting thing. I voted with fake ID, like expired ID, and they still took my vote. So I was like, really? It's like I even tried to see if we had a rigged election, and we did. I was kind of surprised at that. So when they said that it's alleged voter fraud, I think voter fraud is running rampant. But I could be wrong about that. Oh yeah, and she supports the police department, so the police department, it was very unpopular, so they're saying that they kicked her off for that. You're not allowed to support the police. It's kind of fucked how our society's so messed up like that these days. You support the police and you'll get taken down and ruin your career. That's fucked up. Yeah, and she was saying too that, what is it, on Instagram, that hating someone for their political views is also like what happened to the Jews during the Holocaust. It's a very accurate depiction, but they said you're not allowed to compare it to that. No, I noticed that in Canada too. It's like they've completely segregated our society. So that, yeah, if you're not part of the political views that they choose, you get all your human rights taken away. Your ability to work, your ability, like, these people will say that human rights remain for, like, right-wing people in Canada, but we get, 3 or 4 that remain out of the 30. So we lose, 27 of our human rights because we're voting one way or the other. Which is basically exactly what used to happen to the Jews. Well, I think the Jews obviously did have it worse because at least we're not being put on trains. And at least in Canada, they ban us from going on trains. Because I'm right wing, I'm not allowed to ride the bus. I'm not allowed to take the train anywhere. I'm not allowed to leave the country. I don't even think I'm allowed to travel from province to province anymore. So yeah, they do punish you just like a lot of the stuff. But definitely not in gas chambers. It hasn't reached that point. Well, they did put people in hotels against their will and had them raped and stuff, so I guess it's not killing them, it's just rapage. Or assaulted, allegedly. Some of the women that were put in against their will were commenting that, yeah, the guards were definitely having their way with them. Right, so Gina Carano, I miss her. To be honest, I haven't really watched any Star Wars for many years, so I didn't catch her in Star Wars. I was actually going to start watching it because I was thinking, hey, Gina's in it, but ever since they got rid of Gina, kind of killed my appeal to watch Star Wars. I don't know, I find in real life I'm so busy creating YouTube content and live streaming and video editing that I really have like almost no free time at all. Especially working at the same time and looking after my uncle. It's like, I haven't watched TV in like, I don't know, a decade. Mixed martial arts is like closest thing of things I still watch on TV. And it's more just on the internet. Occasionally I'll watch the TSN streams, or TSN when they play the prelims for UFC, or the fight nights. Oh yeah, they're showing the highlights from the last Gaethje's fight. I don't know if anyone watched that one, but that was like the cheesiest fight I'd ever seen. He even lived up to the name Gaethje's. Like everyone knows Gaethje's has no takedown defense and no submission game, as we've seen from the Khabib fight, unless he really did just throw in the towel. So that guy that was like standing and trading with him, all he had to do is take him down, fight over. So I don't know why he stood there and traded with him. That was fucked up. It was almost like they were trying to make it exciting and not really trying to win. I don't know, for me, like Khabib, he didn't even make weight for that fight. They showed that the UFC cheated and like had their hands on the scale when he was doing the weigh-in. And like, yeah, he was really close to not making weight, so them having their hand on the scale affecting it was definitely changing the outcome. So that was another case where the UFC is rather corrupt. And then Justin actually talked about how he accepted bribes in order to lose to Khabib, like saying that his mom actually wanted to retire and she couldn't get enough money and that he wasn't making enough from the UFC. So he was already talking about how he was planning to lose the fight. I was like, what the fuck, man? How can the UFC allow like Khabib to win a fight where he's getting paid to his opponent to lose? That is fucked up. And then for Khabib to go on and on about how he's the greatest fighter ever, and he ran his entire career from the only fighter that was good in the division. So I would call Khabib the biggest coward that division has ever had. It's like he could have fought Tony Ferguson and just beat him, but he always chickened out. And the last time he chickened out, he ran back to Russia, and he ended up bringing COVID with him, or the thing we're not allowed to talk about. His dad caught it and died. So if that isn't karma for all that running around like a bitch, I don't know what is. So he really should have just stayed, fought Tony Ferguson. I bet you his dad would still be alive. So, not to be a total prick about it, but that's what Khabib gets, man. What a coward. Like, if Khabib was a real man, he would have just fought Tony Ferguson and not ran back to Russia like a coward, right? I know a lot of people will say that, yeah, like, you had to go back to Russia because of the whole virus situation, but that's bullshit, man. He's a fucking coward. He even quit after, too, because he knew that he was exposed. Like, his game was so weak against Gaethje's. It's like Gaethje's was, like, almost beating him in the stand-up. If it wasn't for that takedown and submission. Yeah, did everyone see the corner in Gaethje's and during that fight? They're like, man, stop fighting him so good. Stop fighting him so good. It's like, why were they telling him that, right? Like, it's like, isn't that even obvious or that the fight was rigged? The corner's telling him to stop fighting so good? It's like, what the fuck? No, it's a shame because Tony Ferguson's career is over, and we'll never actually get to see him fight Khabib. So Khabib's legacy will be that he fought his entire career running from the only fighter that posed any challenge to him and never fought him. So he retired a coward. It's like, I don't know, he's going to try to say beating Justin was some sort of legacy. That was like the fucking cheesiest legacy you could ever have. Not that there's anything wrong with Justin's gay cheese approach. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Now, some people like gay cheese because he's like a stand and action fighter, but I don't know, man. It's like a lot of cases, that's sure it's entertaining, but it's just stupid, right? Like, just take the guy down, submit him. He's like so weak on his takedown defense and has no submission game. Like, even basic submission moves work on him. He's basically an amateur from an amateur fight league. But oh well. Props to him for actually getting the fucking fight. If only Tony would have did better in his fight. That was the biggest mistake I think UFC ever made, was putting the Gaethje's fight and Tony Ferguson fight. They should have just canceled that fight and waited for Khabib to stop running like a coward. Then they would have actually had a good fight and a good matchup, and we would have settled the debate of who is better, Tony or Khabib. But fuck, man. Can't believe Khabib just ran his whole career. And people have the nerve to call Khabib a good champion. How can you be a good champion when all you did was run from your only opponent? Like, the whole division was garbage. There was only one good fighter in it, Tony Ferguson. And what does he do? He runs from him like a coward all the way back to hide in Russia. Man. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. We got to put on the main event. Sorry, I get carried away. That Khabib fight, man, I wanted to see it so bad versus Tony Ferguson. It still pisses me off that it never happened. Alright, looks like the fight card has started. If anyone needs the link, I'll share it. Hey Anthony, how's it going? Yeah, sorry if my comments about Gaethje's and Tony Ferguson and Khabib are a little bit controversial. I don't have anything against cheese or gays. My brother's actually gay, youngest one. No, and he's not single. I know a lot of people ask. No, my brother's boyfriend is actually from China, and I found out the funniest thing. Like, when he was talking to his family, because he was born in China, his family still lives there. So he messaged or called his family and asked how they were dealing with the lockdowns. And guess what the response was? They said, what lockdowns? It said majority of people in China have never even heard of the lockdowns. They only did lockdowns in like a few of the big cities. Rest of the country, no lockdowns at all. So they're like, what lockdowns? And it's so weird, right? Like everyone in social media is making fun of China, saying how strict they are and shit. Meanwhile, they didn't even lock down. And then, you know, the MNRA that everyone got forced to take here, guess what happened in China? They didn't use it at all. They actually banned it in the entire country. So they had the lowest case death, they had no lockdowns, and they weren't forced to take these. And everyone's making fun of China about how strict their government is. So not to be like kissing China's ass, but I think they handled the pandemic a lot better than a lot of countries did. Not to mention they saved their entire economy. I know some people argue, oh, your brother's boyfriend's family is just making it up, but I don't think they would make something like that up. Why would they lie to their own son? It's not like they had government agents monitoring the phone calls. Or maybe they did. Just kidding. Alright, so we got the fight announcers is, what is it? John McCarthy and Rory Manello, whatever his name is. I've been actually watching this other commentator since the old Canadian, what is it? We used to have some Muay Thai fights back when Aaron Nitro Lindley was fighting. Let's put in Aaron Nitro Lindley. If anyone wants to watch the archive, God, was she ever a good fighter. Yeah, he used to fight, or he used to call all of her fights. Man, was she good. See if I can find an image of her. Oh, here she is. Yeah, so this Rory Manello guy, the guy talking for the card right now, he used to call this girl's fights, and fuck man, were they like some of the most entertaining fights I've ever seen in Muay Thai, especially women's Muay Thai. Alright, it's just a small image, but I'll try to bring it up. That's what she said. Yeah, so this was Aaron Nitro Lindley. She was in the black, and she went all the way to Thailand to fight and win a title in Thailand. So she was one of the first women to ever go to Thailand and beat the Thais. And Maury Ranello used to call all of her fights. That was like the glory days of the 1990s Muay Thai in Canada. And she was epic. She had a front kick that would just catch fighters off guard. Fucking chin, right? Or fucking, yeah, what is it? Heel right to the chin. Some epic technique. So that's Aaron Nitro Lindley. See if she's got a Wikipedia page. I don't know what it is, man. Google's not... Oh, that's why. I think she still actually coaches. If anyone wants to see some really good coaching. Aaron... Yeah, Mike Miles. He was her coach at the time. If you can jump in and find some of the archives of Mike Miles and all his fighters fighting back in the day. Oh yeah, here's a good picture. So hopefully I don't show boobs by accident. No, we did not. No more wardrobe malfunctions. Yeah, so that's Aaron Nitro Lindley. She used to be Canada's best Muay Thai fighter. She would even go all the way to Canada to fight. Or all the way to Thailand. It was fucking epic. There's Mike Miles. He was a really good coach too. I think he is still even coaching. Alright, so right now on the main card, they're just hyping up Cyborg's fight. I don't know, to me, I'm not really too convinced that it's going to be a fair matchup. I'm pretty sure this opponent is just a stepping stone for Cyborg. Dear God, if you watch her opponent's hand speed, it looks like she's punching in slow motion. So I don't know how she's going to have a chance against Cyborg, but I'm cheering for her. Yeah, so who does everyone think? Oh yeah, Anthony wants to share the link for which one? Aaron Nitro Lindley's or Muay Thai's. Let's do Mike Miles' Facebook post. I'll share the link for it. So Paramish, he wants to know who's going to win. I have to say Chris Cyborg is going to win by knockout in the first round. That's my prediction. If anyone else wants to put their prediction, they can put it in the chat and I'll read it. I think her opponent is like really overmatched. But we'll see. Could be wrong. So there's the Mike Miles Facebook page for Aaron Nitro Lindley. I don't know where you could watch the fights of her archive. Maybe they're on YouTube somewhere. I doubt it though, because it was like 1990s fights. Yeah, if I could ever go to Calgary and train. Like, I live near Toronto, so I'm like really far. Yeah, where are all the viewers watching from? If you could put it in the chat. I live near Toronto, actually in Kitchener, where what's his name, Lennox Lewis, where Lennox Lewis used to live and grew up. I went to the same high school as Lennox Lewis, actually, just for summer school. Yeah, so it looks like Mike Miles, he's still doing kickboxing training, or Muay Thai, depending what you want to call it. Yeah, he says it's Mike Miles is Muay Thai and kickboxing. So if you're in Calgary and you want to train for some good kickboxing, I definitely recommend Mike Miles. He's still got his school going after all these years. Holy shit. Yeah, I was watching him back in the 90s. Alright, so Luke Gardner is asking, has Aaron fought yet? I think I answered that question before, but I'll answer it again. No, he hasn't fought yet. The main card is just starting. I'll bring up the fight card so we can read it, who's all fighting. The main event is Chris Cyborg versus the fighter from Ireland, Kavanagh. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a quick knockout for Chris Cyborg. Tyrell Fortune is fighting a British fighter, Linton Vassell. And if I had to guess, Tyrell is probably going to win that one, second round. Aaron Pico is fighting Justin Gonzalez. And if I had to say, Aaron's going to win that one, maybe the third round knockout. Arlene versus Pam. And it's, what is it, New Zealand or Australia? I always get those flags mixed up. Versus Pam from the States. If I had to say, Pam's going to lose. Just guessing. I don't really know either of those fighters. Steve Mowry versus Rakeem Cleveland. That's another heavyweight fight. If I had to guess, Rakeem's going to he's going to win. Even though Steve is undefeated. Holy shit, I wonder who's the favorite there. And they already did one of the prelim fights, showed one of the main event fights. And that was Bruna versus Desiree. And who was the winner of that one? I'm pretty sure it was Desiree. I didn't watch the outcome. Let's see what it was. I'll refresh the fight card. Alright, it's not saying who won, but I'm pretty sure Desiree won. Or no, she fell. So yeah, they gave the decision to the Brazilian fighter. I had a feeling that was going to happen. There's so many Brazilian fans watching tonight that they might do a little bit of favoritism. Oh, here we got the first women's main event, or women's event, not the main event. Arlene versus Pam. So who thinks going to win this battle? I'm betting on Arlene. If anyone's going to bet on Pam, I think Pam might be the underdog. Ooh, yeah. Arlene's definitely looking tough. Although she looks a little bit nervous, if I had to say. Some people in the chat put that she looks like Cyborg. Pam doesn't look nervous, but she almost looks defeated already. She has like a sort of like a depressed look on her face. And she's looking a little bit chubby, if I had to say. Ah, so that was the Australia flag. Alright, so Arlene from Australia versus Pam from the US. I might just refer them by their countries if I forget their names as we go. I shouldn't forget their names. I got it fucking right on the screen next to me. Dum. Now, I did Sober October for 3 months this year, and it really didn't help my memory much. Little bit. Wish it did. Oh, and Pam's got her name right on her boobs, so that should make it easier to remember. I'll keep my eyes there, just for her name. Holy shit, yeah. Arlene is like throwing fast punches straight right down the middle. Holy God, I don't even know if, what's her name, Pam, is going to land a shot here. This is very one-sided. I think Bellator has a hard time hiding which fighters don't really trying, because it looks like they don't even train. It's like when you come in that flabby to a fight, like, dear God, did you do any sit-ups at all? Like, man, I got a pretty big gut, but it doesn't take many weeks of sit-ups before it actually starts hardening up. Who knows, maybe I jinxed Pam enough that she'll come back and prove me wrong. If I was Pam, I would go for the takedown, try to turn this fight around. Because she's getting just torn apart in the stand-up. Holy fuck, right hand landed right to her eye, busted her up. She's already bleeding. Oh, there she's going for the takedown like I predicted. Oh, she's got a good takedown. She was winding up the knee, so her opponent put her hand to the ground, stop the knee attacks. I really don't like that rule. I don't know if anyone's seen that other fight organization one, where they just allow people to knee people on the ground. It doesn't matter if they have one hand or down or not. And it's a much more like fair fight. These like cheesy rules of putting hands down to stop people from attacking you just seems so stupid. Like, remember when Demetrius Johnson used to dominate the UFC? As soon as he goes over to the one fight organization, he just got his ass kicked because they didn't have all these cheesy rules to help protect him. So all of a sudden people could just knee him in the head, finished him off like he was nothing. That's what I was thinking, like UFC, a lot of cases, they take all these champs and they make them look so amazing. But a lot of cases, they're just pampering them. Sort of like how Khabib was always pampered and never had to fight Tony. Who knows, maybe Tony Ferguson can take a break and recover from his concussion syndrome, but I highly doubt it. Like, I've had post-concussion, well, I still have post-concussion syndrome, and it really never goes away. It can go away to like lesser and lesser degrees, but you will always still have some symptoms. Unless your insurance agency's asking. Then they'll say you'll be fine in no time. No, Pam's doing good in the holding and clinching game. If she could just hold and clinch the whole fight, she would win. It's only when they separate does she start getting her ass kicked. So if I was Arlene, I would definitely try to like spin, get her off the cage. Because man, just like standing here clinching, that's not helping her. Now I am drinking a little bit of Coca-Cola out of the 2-liter. It's the weekend for me, Friday. I'm pretty sure everyone's got weekends, unless you're in Australia. Then it'd already be Saturday for you. Yeah, so the weekend begins, and I had a pretty intense work week. Some gruesome injuries happened at work this week. I wasn't actually there to see it, but yeah, there were some people that were moving some big rocks. I forget like how big rocks, a few thousand pounds each. And one of the younger guys, a new employee, was trying to help move the rocks, and his finger got pinched in between two rocks, and I don't know if it severed his finger, but at least it broke it really bad. So he had to go to the hospital. Hopefully he's okay. It was actually a guy that works for another company, so I don't know him or anything, but yeah, I never like to hear about bad injuries at work. I know my fucking work injury was really gruesome. One day I ended up in a pool of blood on the ground, and fuck yeah, it was not fun. You always gotta be careful with work. It's not just the MMA fighters that are putting it on the line. It's pretty much anyone going to work. Oh, look at that. Pam's like proving me wrong, coming in with a good jab. Here I thought she had no stand-up game at all, but she landed a couple good shots there. Oh, now the other fighter's coming back. Oh, Australia putting on the beatdown. Holy. Yeah, she had to go back to the clinch game. Oh, nice elbow on the inside. Did you see that? She's holding her hand. Bam! Over with the elbow. I fucking love that elbow. Now, I was thinking if I ever got into street fights with like smaller fighters, because I'm 6'2", so most people that would fight me are usually way smaller. But yeah, being a tall fighter, you can't just extend and punch people. So you really got to get those fast inside elbows. It's your only chance of connecting that close. Alright, they went to commercial break. They're showing some Kevin Garnett documentary. Kevin Garnett was kind of funny. I don't know if anyone heard. His salary was so high at one point, and he was getting so few minutes, that he was making over $10,000 a minute. Wish I got paid that much. Alright, so we got 3 likes and 3 viewers. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think John McCarthy's right. Pam got hurt bad a few times from the punches in the stand-up, and that's why she went for the takedowns. So if Arlene can keep the fight standing, keep off the clinch, she's got this one in the bag. Pam's only chance is to get in there for the takedown or get the clinch against the fence. Oh man, Arlene just missed with a heel kick to the face. If she would have landed that, that would have just destroyed her nose. That's like Erin Nitro Lindley. She had a wicked front kick. She would catch the Thai fighters right in the face with the heel, and they just couldn't recover. It was like that was one that would finish fighters. I know in UFC they always make fun of the front kick, but dear God, man, that's how Lyoto Machida beat Randy Couture. Front kick, heel to the fucking teeth, smashed out his teeth, fight over. Right, Alt Stinger 11 wants to know what channel I'm watching the fights. I'm actually watching it on YouTube. I can share the link again, but I think it was in the chat. I don't know, I heard that people in the States can't watch it, but in Canada this channel works. It's the official Bellator fight channel. Oh, Pam landed a nice elbow. Oh, another elbow. Oh, but there's blood on her face. I don't know whose blood that's from. Yeah, those are epic elbows. So you might actually have to use a VPN in order to watch it. It's a free fight card, so if you're watching it on YouTube, you can watch it for free, as far as I know. Yeah, people are putting in the chat that was just a rumor. Mike Tyson really doesn't have the virus. So whoever's been posting that is just making it up. Unless it's so new that no one even knows, but there was no stories about it anywhere to confirm it. Yeah, so who does everyone think's going to win this fight? I was thinking Pam was just going to get destroyed, but yeah. Australia's having a... Oh, now she's destroyed. Oh, she went for the takedown again. She got rocked by those punches in the stand-up. Let's see if Arlene can stop the takedown. Yeah, see, that's one of my new techniques that I've learned for takedowns. If you literally can lock both your hands behind someone, all you have to do is lean back and you can pick them up. But that's when I see the fighters lock both and they're leaning forward. I would never be able to pick up someone like that. My back would just pop out. The leverage definitely works better if you can lean back. Because then you're using your own body weight to lift them instead of fighting your own body weight to try to lift your weight and your opponent's weight. And I'm pretty sure McCarthy would say it. In order for Arlene to get this fighter off of her and holding her against the cage, She's really just got to reach back and break her grip so that she's no longer holding both hands. Or she could get her in the headlock. Now, if people haven't noticed, MMA really is just like a game of chess. Or sort of like rock, paper, scissors. If someone's using scissors on you, you got to break out the paper. It's like if someone's using scissors and you just keep using rock, it's not going to work, right? Oh, nice elbow on the top. So that's why it kind of pisses me off. A lot of times I'm watching mixed martial arts, you'll see the same people just try the same move that isn't working, It's like, dear God, man, change up your fucking attack already. The same thing isn't working a million times. Why do you think it's going to work? I know, easier said than done, but really, man, the coach has got to be in there saying, try something different. You ever hear those coaches where they go on about breathing? They're like, breathe! Breathe! It's like, this isn't a fucking Lamaze class here, man. Give them some fucking real advice. Pretty sure they got the breathing part down pat. Jesus. Oh, nice elbows. Yeah, Pam, you got to give her credit, man. Her elbow game is on par. Arlene's trying to go in for the takedown, and Pam's just like, you want to take me down, do you, bitch? Take this! Elbow! That'll teach her for trying to take her down. I don't know, if I had to score this fight, I think it's 2-0. Because Arlene's just landed so much on the stand-up. The only thing that Pam had in response was like trying to do the takedowns, but she never really got one. Those elbows landed a little bit of points, but I don't think near as much as that stand-up did. Those punches, yeah, she was just turtling for a lot of the round. Yeah, you gotta hand it to Pam. She could have thrown in the towel easier, gave up after her eye got fucked up, but she's still in there fighting. Now, some of the people in the chat asking if Pam was crying. I don't think she was crying, but could be. I'd be pretty emotional too. Like, I don't know, when I get really fucking pissed off, I usually cry. And it's not like crying because I feel depressed. It's more like, I don't know, you just can't control the emotions once you get that angry. It's like a fit of rage, man. Yeah, it looks like Pam's definitely having trouble seeing out of her eye. Steeler fan, he wants to know how he can stream the fight. Here, I'll get the link for you. If you want, you can watch mine and it at the same time. It's actually a Bellator fight link. It's an official live stream for free, depending where you live. So if you can change your IP to Canada, we can watch it live here for free. So there it is. Now, if anyone's tuning in to get the stream, just let me know. I'll post the link for it. That's what I love about Bellator. When they give the fight links for free for watching on YouTube, what more can you ask for, right? Fucking A, Bellator. No, I think if they better watch it, like UFC, they're going to end up losing in the long run if they don't keep up with Bellator's like social media presence. I don't know if anyone noticed this happened in NBA. The NBA, they had their B League or G League, like the lower level league in basketball. They started doing it free on Facebook and everyone could watch it and chat. All of a sudden, it started getting better ratings than the actual NBA games. So that's when Gatorade bought it out, and then they started making it like a different paid stream. And then all of a sudden, the ratings tanked. So I think that's really the future. If UFC isn't careful, they better start actually offering their fights free live on YouTube, or organizations that do will eventually surpass them. I could be wrong in that, but I just think Bellator's killing it, man. When they get so many viewers, like there's like fucking 6,000 people watching it right now. And that's just on YouTube. Who knows how many people are watching it on TV? The chat is just loaded with people. Yeah, big shout out to Pam. Even though she was behind in the stand-up, she's not giving up. And her kicks are actually starting to help her win this. She might actually take this third round. If I had to guess, maybe this fight is going to end 2-1, where Arlene's going to win 2-1. But I've already been wrong calling fights so far tonight, so the judges in Bellator, they're hard to predict. Yeah, George or Jorge Palafox Vasquez, are you watching the fight? Yeah, I've got the fight right now. It's Pam's winning. Or no, Pam's... Whoa, Pam just landed an overhand. There's 1:48 left of the third round. No, Pam's looking not so good shape. She's like... Her gut's pretty much hanging out. The other chick, Arlene, looks in better shape. But you never know, like, being out of shape isn't always, like... It's hard to tell. Sometimes people have a gut and are still in shape. Like me. Yeah, I have to say that, what was it, Arlene started this fight off way better, but she's fading out in the third round. Oh, there, I just said that, and she came back with a good punch. But it seems like Pam, maybe being a little bit overweight, she's got more in the tank. Yeah, because Pam's definitely doing better in this third round. I'd have to say I give her the round so far. Now, thanks everyone for tuning in to the live play-by-play. Woo! Arlene almost had it. Oh, this Arlene chick has actually fought Cyborg before and lost. There we go. Arlene's finally starting to punch back. I don't think it's enough to win the round, though. Yeah, so let's call it here. It'll be a split decision for, let's say, Arlene. There's 8 seconds left, 5 seconds left. No one's doing anything. They're just stalling. The crowd is booing. There's nothing like when a fight ends and both fighters have just sort of capitulated. They're like, fuck it, let's just try to stall it out, get paid, and go home. That's kind of like how that one ended. You can't really blame them. They both took some heavy shots. I would be trying to get the hell out of there, too. Yeah, so good shout out to the women in that fight. Wasn't as good as the wardrobe malfunction we had 2 fights ago, but... Dear God, I want to see some more replays of that. Yeah, so how did the viewers call it? Do you think Pam did enough to win it? I think Pam won the third round. Ooh, she punched her right in the tits. Boom, holy shit. Yeah, Arlene landed a lot of overhand rights to that eye. That's where I give her the first 2 rounds. She had that overhand right to the eye all night. Fuck, man, I hope her eye's gonna be okay. It took a beating. Like, what accuracy, too. It was like, bam, right to the fucking eye. You know your fighter is, like, going for the kill when all they do is aim right for the eye. Oh, huge shot right to the nose, too. Fuck, man, that had to hurt. Holy shit, 6 viewers and 5 likes. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Never expected so many to watch my first Bellator live stream. No, big shout out again to Bellator for setting up this free on YouTube. Fucking A. Alright, so that was Arlene versus Pam Sorensen. Oh, they got the decision. We'll wait for the decision first, and then we'll read who's coming up next. Oh, the suspense. Who will win? So far, I've called them all wrong. So I'm calling Arlene this time, 2 rounds to 1. Ooh. Yeah, called the right winner that time. Arlene took it. 2 judges scored it 30-27, which I think that was a little bit uncalled for. I think Pam at least won the 3rd round. But yeah, Arlene definitely took the first 2 rounds in my opinion. So finally I called one right. Wow. I don't know, I find with Bellator it's so hard, right? Like you look at that Michael Venom Page. I gave his opponent like, I don't know, 10-8 rounds for like the first 3 rounds. Where Venom Page didn't land a single punch and all he did was dance. But then the refs or the judges gave him a whole bunch of points for dancing. So I was like, man, I judged that one all wrong. I didn't realize that dancing pays or scores so many points in Bellator. And then we seen that happen earlier tonight. Which fight was that? Yeah, Taylor Turner versus Valerie Loretta. Valerie had the big wardrobe malfunction where her boob was hanging out for a good portion of the round. So maybe the judges scored more points for boobs. I don't know, but Taylor was just beating the crap out of her. So I was surprised that the judges picked Valerie. But hey, I would have been tempted to pick Valerie as well. Be nice to see her fight again. Hopefully she wears the same top. No, I shouldn't be so sexist, man, but she's a total babe. And she was really working that twerking at the end. That was fucking hot as hell. Even the tongue action, man. Alright, let's see if the viewers agreed with the fight decision. Yeah, not many people booed it, so yeah, I think a lot of people liked that decision. Alright, let's see who do we got next coming up tonight. So that was Pam versus Arlene. It should be Aaron next. Aaron versus Justin. Yeah. Who is it? Doctor was saying as long as she doesn't crap her pants. Yeah, I heard that it's happened in MMA, and they're actually going to think about disqualifying fighters. If you accidentally shit yourself, you lose the fight. That actually happened to me, not the shitting part, but when I was fighting or wrestling in wrestling class in high school, I was fighting a fighter that was like, we're both heavyweights, but this guy was like obese, and I was like a bone rack. So he was like rolling on top of me like for the whole like first 2-3 rounds, just like crushing me. And I had ate like a really big breakfast of like cereal and stuff because I didn't know that I was going to be going into wrestling that day. So here the guy's on top and he's just beating me, but he could never finish me in a submission because I always knew the counters to get out of it. But still, he just kept rolling and rolling on me. And then what started happening was I got gassed during the fight. And all of a sudden I started letting huge farts, like the giant rippers, where like the whole class is watching the match and just laughing their ass off. And eventually the guy said, fuck it, let's call this fight off. He's like, I can't breathe anymore. So yeah, you have to be able to control your faculties in the ring. It's not really fair to the opponent. Saved my ass that day, but I didn't feel right about getting the the no contest because of too many farts. No, and sadly that guy that I was wrestling against, he went on to be one of the best wrestling champs at our high school, so I didn't feel so bad to losing to him. And he ended up going to jail for murder later on in life. But I feel he was framed for murder by the gypsies, but that's another story. Yeah, he got involved with the gypsies, and yeah, his wife got killed in like a drive-by shooting. And the gypsies were trying to get all of his wife's money. So yeah, I don't know how he ended up going to jail for it, and the gypsies got off scot-free, but I feel bad for him. And his wife too. What a horrible situation that was. Alright, so they're showing some more footage of Chris Cyborg and the situation in Brazil. I don't know if anyone's watched travel vlogging in Brazil. It's quite a lot of extremes, right? You get people that are living in like high class, like really nice neighborhoods. And then not far from there, they got people that are like living in shantytown villages, or no, that's Colombia. But I think that's like really what the US and Canada is becoming more and more alike. You start to see the homeless populations grow so big that they really should just get their own land and be allowed to build their own villages. rather than having to live in tents. Sort of like the Mesa, if anyone's heard about that in the States. It's like a whole region of the States where people are allowed to just live in like shanty towns and there's no laws. There's gangs of kids that go around robbing and murdering people, sort of like Lord of the Flies. It's pretty fucking epic. So everyone who's living in Brazil, yeah, it's like, man, I'd love to travel there and experience the Brazilian experience. The good and the bad. It's a pretty fucking wild place. God, the beaches in Brazil look so nice. Oh, just gotta stretch a little. No, I've been live streaming the entire prelims and the main card, so it's been going on a while. Oh, doctor was saying the giant shit all over. No, the doctor is also saying Colombia is a prostitution hotbed. Yeah, it's kind of brutal. I know it's a lot of women, like friends, and I guess, I don't know any family, but quite a few friends got into the stripping. And I don't think anyone I know that's really gone to the whole prostitution ring, but either way, the sex trade, I don't have anything against it, but it's definitely a rough way to live. See a lot of cases it leads to addiction issues and whatnot. I think fast, easy money from anything can lead to addiction. Like even the people get a whole bunch of money from Bitcoin or something, they're also tempted to start getting into harder drugs. And that's the one thing, if people are down in the dumps because they don't have a lot of money, you'd be surprised that not having a lot of money can actually help your life if you're trying to stay away from a lot of bad addiction issues. I know, like when I went to high school, I kind of went to one of the poverty high schools. It was like an immigration school where like all the immigrants kind of went to our school. And there wasn't a lot of money. You found a lot less issues with like cocaine and stuff. But if you went to like the rich schools where like all the kids were like really well off money, you started to see a lot worse addiction issues with the harder drugs. Like fuck man, I remember the teenagers in my class, what we would do is everyone would take their lunch money that they got from their parents, pool it together, and then go buy enough for like a couple joints of weed. So it's like you barely had anyone getting a buzz, like everyone just sharing very small amounts. But damn, if you went to the rich kids' school, they probably had enough money to buy a fucking 8-ball of Coke and they were all getting wrecked, right? So being poverty isn't always so bad. It can steer you in the harder life can actually lead you to better places in a lot of cases. Like, yeah, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Alright, so now they're talking about the Pico fight. It seems like a lot of favorites, a lot of people are picking Pico in the chat. Let's see what the records are. Holy fuck, his fighter that he's fighting, Justin Gonzalez, is undefeated with 12 wins. And Pico only has 8 wins and 3 losses. So I could be wrong, but maybe Pico's the underdog in this one, even though so many people are cheering for him in the chat. Alright, so the announcers believe that, yeah, Pico's going to have a rough go. We'll see if they're right or wrong. Some of the people are asking, what's the woman's name that's the commentator? I don't know her. As far as I know, she doesn't have an OnlyFans page, but if I find out, I'll share it. I don't know, I've subscribed to a lot of the OnlyFans page for the MMA ring girls. Man, they've got some nice ones. Ariana Celeste, she's got a good OnlyFans. Hers is even free to subscribe, but she also adds most of the best content as pay-per-view. Yeah, Justin Gonzalez, he came in rock hard shape. No fat on his abs. I don't know, for me, I tend to judge fighters on their abs, because man, after like doing a lot of ab workouts and realizing what's involved in that, If you have a strong core, it's going to help you a lot in the fight. It's like a fucking suit of armor, for God's sakes. Yeah, some people are talking about Cyborg and how she was caught doing steroids in 2011, shortly after beating Gina Carano. So who knows if she really was on steroids when she beat Gina. Hopefully they tested her again. Andy is asking, would you sleep with Cyborg? I would put probably not. She's not really my type. What do we got? No, I shouldn't be so sexist, but I kind of like women with bigger boobs. Alright, so Pico's coming in the ring now. Now you gotta be careful though. Sometimes I get into relationships with women that have big boobs and we really have nothing in common and other than me liking big boobs, so it's not always the greatest thing to base a relationship just on physical appearance. Probably better often than not. Alright, so someone was putting that Cyborg has shitloads of money, that she makes more money than Brock Lesnar. I don't know if that's true. Pretty sure Brock Lesnar has made a goddamn fortune from WWE. But I don't know. Maybe WWE doesn't pay enough? Let's check. Brock Lesnar's net value. Net worth. There it is. Alright, so Brock Lesnar, they estimate at 6'3". He's 44 years old and he's got $25 million net worth. Let's check out Chris Cyborg's net worth. Okay, let's try to remember that. 25 million. Holy shit, they're right. Chris Cyborg's net worth is 28 million. So she's got more than Brock Lesnar. That's fucking amazing. She's got endorsements from Air Asia, Reebok, Girl Clothing, Fusion Labs, and Extract. And she's the former UFC champion, Invicta fight featherweight champion, and current Bellator featherweight champion. Her manager is Paradigm Sport Entertainment, or Management. So yeah, fucking viewers, they know their shit. Cyborg's making more than Brock Lesnar. Good for her, man. No, there's some bad comments there. I can't even read. Mike is saying that it shouldn't count because Chris Cyborg is still on testosterone. But I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I would really like to see, is if they did gender testing and like drug fight tests for each fighter and published it before. Not like after the fight. Because what was it before? That Cyborg won the fight and then after they published the drug tests? It's like, isn't that kind of late? Shouldn't they post it before the fight? Doesn't make any sense. Unless they're just looking for controversy. Alright, the fight's starting. Pico looks really serious. Holy shit, Pico or no, that was the other guy. He landed an overhand right away to start the fight. First punch landed. Now we got some leg kicks. Oh, Pico's going in for the takedown. Oh, good takedown. You could tell the other guy really tried to stop the takedown, but had nothing. He didn't train the one-legged takedown defense enough. As soon as his one leg was gone, he was fucked. But he's doing a good job to get back to his feet. So it's Aaron versus Justin. Try to remember that. So Pico's got him in a choke. It doesn't look like any danger. He's already controlling the hands. Looks like he's just stalling for time to get up. Yep, Justin's up. Oh, there. Justin landed a left hand jab. Wasn't enough to hurt him, but enough to push him back, gain some respect. Oh, look at that roll action. That's what I love to see. When fighters roll to get out of shit, that's where it's at. If you see a fighter and he doesn't roll at all, it's like, man, did he even fucking train at all? I know some people say the rolls lead you like too many openings, but man, I think the rolls fucking work really good. Alright, looks like Justin's lining up an up kick. Oh, yeah. You ever seen those up kicks instead of aiming for the face? They just try to take out his knee? That fucking worked really, really well. Because really, if you kick a guy's knee repeatedly, even while you're on the ground doing up kicks, that fucking knee is going to get damaged like hardcore. I don't know why more fighters don't do that. If I was stuck on the ground, someone was standing above me, I would just be fucking hoofing their fucking knee. Oh man, Pico landed a nice head kick. This is a pretty good action-packed fight. People that thought this was going to be the best fight of the night, it's looking like it so far. It's going to be hard to beat that flying knee KO that we've seen in the prelims, but so far so good, man. This is a lot of heavy action. Man, if anyone bet on Pico, they might have picked a good underdog here. Never know. If I was Justin, I would try to get some respect back because he's not really landing enough punches or kicks to keep Pico off him. Holy fuck, Pico landed a left-hand uppercut. Justin fucking ate it, but you could see he had a bad look on his face after that one. Ooh. Yeah, this is going to be one of those that's going to test the gas tanks. The way they're fighting here, there's no rest. Oh, just as I say that, they start to clinch. No, I like Pico's uppercut attempts. He's definitely throwing enough uppercuts to impress me. Oh, he caught him with a left hand to the liver. He started to crumple. You can only take so many of those liver shots before you fucking get the wind knocked out of you. Justin's getting desperate. He's throwing some fucking head kicks to try to slow Pico down. Now, if anyone doesn't know, it's like if you throw a left hook and you can connect to the body, it actually connects on the person's body, the side where the liver is. So if all you have to do is hit them just below the rib cage and you're targeting the liver. And if the liver gets damaged, it'll knock the wind out of you. If anyone's ever fallen and knocked the wind out of you, that same feeling can happen from a liver shot. It's actually Bernard Hopkins used that blow to finish Oscar De La Hoya quite a few years ago. De La Hoya wasn't even hurt that bad. He just had the wind knocked out of him. Couldn't get up in time. He didn't beat the 10 count. Alright, so now Justin's just stalling on the ground. Instead of rolling and starting hip escapes, he's just holding both arms to try to stall the fight. Now, if I was Justin, what I'd be doing, taking my left leg, hooking it on his leg, and then do the side roll. You can flip him right over. Oh, Justin's getting up to his feet, though. Yeah, this is where I wish we were watching one championship. When the guy has his head down like this, you'd just knee him and finish him. This is so cheese that you can't knee a guy's head when he's down. Alright, so if anyone had to score that round, what would you score it? I think it'd be a 10-9 for Pico. Maybe even close to a 10-8, because Justin really had nothing, right? Oh, if you're looking at Pico in the corner, he's like drinking and talking like he has no wind at all. He's still full of energy. Yeah, Cameron says he would rather pay to watch the fights than be a Canadian any day. Now, to be fair, Canada has turned into a shit show. We've lost all our human rights. We have the worst like soy boy leader in world leader history. But you got to figure, man, when a country faces challenges, that's what makes harder people. Oh, Pico actually kicked Justin in the face, but it was just with his toes. So if anything, Justin probably broke a toe on that one. Or Pico. No, that's what I figure. Like, if you're in a country that's got it so easy, that's when the people get it soft, right? Now that Canada is actually facing turmoil and, like, fucking dictators taking away all our human rights, it's going to make our country stronger. I bet you. You won't see so many soy boys around for much longer. We'll be like, fuck this soy shit, and we'll get back to some real men. Not that there's anything wrong with soy. Yeah, Pico gets another takedown. Justin literally has no takedown defense. I don't know if it's just because Pico's takedowns are so good, or he really just didn't train at all for a takedown defense. Because, man, that was a pathetic attempt at stopping a takedown. You never know. Some fighters can make it far enough in their career that they just get in a lot of stand-up battles and they never have to defend the takedowns. Like, man, he should fight under Chuck Liddell's training camp for a while. He'd train him to stop those takedowns. Holy shit, Tim Silva actually shit himself during a fight too? That's fucking nasty. Man, this viewer's got all the expertise on shitting. Have you been watching Two Girls, One Cup? No, I'm just kidding. You ever see Joe Rogan's reaction to that video? He fucking loved it. You know you've been the host of Fear Factor for too long. He's watching Two Girls, One Cup and loves it. He's like, finally, something wild that I haven't seen. You ever hear Joe Rogan's commentary about censoring the internet? He's like, dear God, he wants to make sure no one ever sees his internet browser history. I'm like, why, Joe? What are you watching that you're so afraid of? Could just imagine what the Fear Factor host watches on the internet. Yeah, Pico's got Justin's back. This has pretty much been a one-sided fight the whole time so far. Justin really hasn't landed any shots to keep Pico off him. Pico's just dominating him in the stand-up, dominating him on the ground, dominating him on the back. Total domination. Oh, there we go. Justin did the back elbow. I don't know why fighters don't use that more often. Their head's like perfectly lined up for it. Oh, Pico lands another uppercut. Or no, it's more of a side hook. Alright, Justin looks like he's broken up and he's got a chance now. He's throwing some jabs, but he's shaking his arms out like he's already tired. I don't know if anyone's done a lot of weightlifting. You have to shake your arms like that when the blood flow isn't going good. So if you get like muscle burn and lack of good blood flow, you start shaking your arms to get the blood moving again. Oh yeah, Pico just takes him down again. Like a bitch. It's like he didn't train fucking takedown defense at all. Or Pico's just amazing at takedowns, one or the other. Oh man, for a 3-round fight, Justin has basically won, I wouldn't even say 10 seconds of this fight so far. It's just been all Pico. Now, to give Justin some credit, if he wanted to win this, I think he's going to have to pull out some miracle submission. And if he's on the ground, like right now, there he had his knee in the perfect position. If he was like flexible, he would just take his left knee, bring it up, wrap it around Pico's head, instantly get him in a submission. But you can see he's not even trying. He's just keeping his legs low, not trying to hook him over his head. See, I'm double jointed, and that's actually my specialty, is I can fold up like a pretzel and use my legs like arms. So man, the way Pico is right there, I'd have him in a submission in like 10 seconds. I don't know if anyone's seen Joe Rogan's buddy, the guy that likes the flat earth research, who is it, Eddie Bravo? He's lucky like that too. He's also got the double jointed legs. So he can use his legs like arms and just wrap it around people's heads like nothing. So that's why he was able to win the Brazilian grappling championship. Yeah, because no one had a chance on him. If you're fighting someone, well, look, yeah, it looks like you can see Pico's toe. It's like it's really bruised up, almost like he broke it on that one kick, or he's got it taped from a previous fight or training injury. Right, so we got 2 10-8 rounds, I'd say, for Pico. Justin really hasn't offered anything to say that it wasn't a 10-8 round. Even though that Pico's got a broken toe, I don't think it's that bad. Could be just a bruised toe. Dislocated, maybe. Now, if I had to say, this Justin guy is a worse champ than Khabib. At least Khabib, being the champ, he wouldn't run away. He would just face weaker opponents and beat them. This guy, undefeated, but man, when he comes in, he's not fighting back at all. Hey, Webcam HD, welcome back. Everyone, make sure that if you click that link, could be a virus. If you want the real sex machine, I've got it right here. The virtual made sex machine. It's for adults and men only. Gets mixed reviews. Some people hate it, others love it way too much. Yeah, and just be careful if you get one that you keep it well ventilated. I don't know what it is, man. The way they make it seal perfectly in its case, it's prone to going moldy. It's fucking nasty. I wish they would improve that on the part 2. Haven't heard anything about a part 2 yet, but they definitely need some modifications. Oh, the elbows are landing for Pico. Yeah, Justin is hilarious. For an undefeated fighter, he like offers nothing. I don't know if he had like a bad training camp or what it is. He just can't handle when people actually fight back. Maybe he has like a really fucking lame competition for his first fights. Or maybe Pico's just fucking amazing. He's gonna need a miracle to pull off this. If I was Justin to try to win this now, I would definitely be trying to fish for the uppercut. Try some sort of flying knee, uppercut, spinning back fist. He has to start digging deep. Oh, he just got taken down again like he didn't train at all. Does this Justin guy ever train? Man, he should fire his entire training camp. It's got to be the most lame training ever. Let's see, where's Justin from, man? Oh, from the States. That would explain it. Definitely a lot of lame-ass training camps there. No, he should probably go fight with Khabib. Train the takedown defense. They've got to give it to Khabib. As much as he runs like a coward, they definitely got the wrestling down. He could train him to stop this takedowns. Man, his takedown defense is like Justin Gaethje's. Non-existent. I don't know. I'd say he gave up in the first round. It's like you can tell as soon as Pico started attacking him, he stopped trying to win, and he's just trying to stall and delay and try to get out of there with as least damage as he can. He hasn't attacked back at all. He's like a coward. He's like he submitted to losing to Pico with like in the first 30 seconds. He's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try to stall and try nothing to win. But you gotta give it to him. Like, man, if you're getting your ass kicked in there and you really believe you can't win, what else choice do you have? Either like tap out to... That's what a lot of MMA fighters say. A lot of the submissions that you see that happen in MMA, it's just a fighter who gives up mentally and then allows himself to be submitted so that he doesn't have to fight and take damage anymore. So either Pico hasn't tried to take the submission, he's actually just trying to knock him out, and he's not giving Justin the easy way out. He's like, fuck it, man. I'm not going to submit you. I'm going to beat you to a fucking pulp. Oh, now he's going for the submission. No, he's like, fuck it. I don't want the submission. Let's beat him to a pulp. Teach him to never get back in the ring again. End his career. It's like, oh, you think you're undefeated, do you? I'll make sure you never fight again. Yeah, McCarthy's right. Like, Justin has so little to offer back. It's like he should be in the minor leagues. He's not even close to the same level as this Pico guy. He should have got less tattoos and did more training. When it comes to the tattoo advantage, you can see that Pico's got it by a mile. He didn't waste his time getting tattoos. He actually trained. Come on, Justin. Try something to come back. Is he? Oh, he tried to kick, but it was so slow and weak. It's like he didn't train kicking at all either. Oh, he actually tried another kick. It pushed him over, but I don't think it landed. More awkwardness. Yeah, I think that's like the first attack that Justin tried. Oh, Pico gets another takedown with ease. Dear God, man, that was such a one-sided fight. That was the most one-sided fight I think we've seen of the night. Justin had nothing. I'd almost score that 3-10-8 rounds. Justin had nothing. If I was his coach, or if I was like, yeah, if I was his coach, I would quit him as a fighter. And if I was a fighter, I would fire all my training. Because his training was pathetic. It's like he didn't train any takedown defense. Yeah, his kicks were slow as hell. So I'd like to see some of the fights where Justin actually won. How the hell did he win a fight? Ooh, that body shot. See, there's the one he broke his toe. When he kicked him in the face with his toe, you could see his foot like buckle, right? You never kick with your toes. That's like one of the biggest mistakes. But it seemed like the toe injury didn't throw him off his game too much. He's too determined to win. Holy shit, man. Justin took some heavy elbows. That's the one thing. If you got to give Justin some credit in this fight, he could take a pounding. Those body shots and elbows to the head, a lot of people would have just gave up. Yeah, he had no takedown defense. If he had like a grappling coach that was teaching him takedown defense, fire that guy. The most pathetic training for takedown defense. One of the viewers put that Gonzalez is going to be pissing blood for a week. I shouldn't laugh, but it's probably true. Yeah, someone put that Gonzalez is going to win the decision. I wouldn't be surprised with the way the Bellator decisions go sometimes. I bet you Justin has a chance of winning. He only had to work in more dance moves. If he would have danced a little, like, what is it, Venom Page, he could have pulled off the victory here. No, not to make fun of Venom Page too much. We both have the same chicken legs. Alright, so Aaron Pico pulls out the unanimous decision. And if you got to give some more credit to Justin, he actually didn't get finished. Where most fighters that were getting their asses whooped that bad for 3 straight rounds, they probably would have got knocked out or submitted. So he managed to at least hang in there. So one of the fighter viewers puts, Pico kind of reminds me of a young GSP. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping George St. Pierre comes back. I was hoping that he was going to fight Khabib, but I'm pretty sure Khabib would never take that fight because he knows he would get his ass whooped. He can't actually fight real fighters. He needs like cherry-picked fighters that are very easy to beat, like Justin Gaethje's. It's like if he had a fighter like George St. Pierre, he'd be like, oh fuck man, this guy's worse than Tony Ferguson. I gotta run back to Russia like a coward. Yeah, Pico said that it was his wrestling that won him the fight. I think it was in the most part, but even if it was just stand-up, he was still kicking his ass in the stand-up. He probably didn't even need any wrestling to win that. Holy, Pico's never gone 3 rounds. You'd never guess. His gas tank looked like it was full. Yeah, if I was him, I'd be worried. Because the Bellator judges, they can give it to anyone. They already even gave a fight, like really one-sided one, and they gave it to the other fighter because she was a better dancer. And because she had a wardrobe malfunction. So yeah, if you want to win in Bellator, just let your boob hang out, you got a good chance. Pull off a few dance moves, you got the victory in the bag. Alright, so the next fight should be Tyrell Fortune versus Linton Vassell. Oh, and it's a heavyweight. So this one looks a little bit better of a matchup. If I had to guess, Tyrell's going to win. He looks like he has a better wrestling background. They've got a picture of him. Let's show it. I think we can show this without anything bad. Now I gotta turn that fire effect down too. I can't listen to it for much longer. So we got 2 fights left. It looks like Chris Cyborg versus Cavanna. I'm pretty sure Chris Cyborg's gonna win first round knockout. If I had to guess, under a minute. Watching Cavanna, she looks like she's highly outmatched. But to give Cavanna credit, if she can manage to hang in there and Chris Cyborg somehow gets injured, then yeah, she could pull off a victory then. But other than a victory by injury, I can't see it happening. And then Tyrell, you can tell that he's got the wrestling gear on. He looks like he's a better wrestler. I could be wrong about that. So who does the viewers pick? Does anyone pick Linton over Tyrell? Or is everyone else going with Tyrell as well? You never know, like if Linton's got a lot of good striking and maybe a really good knee game, he could do one of those flying knees and knock Tyrell out. I don't think Cavanna has any techniques that she could use to beat Cyborg. Her punches were so slow. I don't think she has any takedowns or any takedown defense. Her submission game is almost non-existent. But you never know with fighting, right? Injury, Chris Cyborg could like sprain an ankle or snap a shin in half or something. So it's possible that Cavanna wins, but if I had to guess, it's like a 99% Cyborg possibility of winning. Alright, if anyone wants to join the Discord, here we go. Oh, it's Mandalo. He came by to say hello. So let's say hi to Mandalo. If anyone wants to join the chat, we can do live chat over the Discord. Or you can get a hold of me on Skype as well. You just got to make sure to promise to keep it clean online so that we don't lose the account saying any horrible words. I fucking wish they had like a wave icon. Like what the fuck, man? What the hell's wrong with Discord? I just want a wave. Is this wave? Fuck, man. What the fuck's wrong with the piece of shit? Oh well, let's go. Can I even fucking respond to people? Hey, man. Did it actually enter? Come on, piece of fucking shit. The hell's going on? I hit enter, it's still not enough for it to go? Fuck you, you piece of shit, man. I fucking hate technology. There we go. Said hi. God, man. I don't know what's with Discord. Maybe it's that I'm too old to use Discord, but I cannot figure it out to save my life. Hitting enter does not fucking send the message. What the fuck? Alright, I gotta turn the fire down. It's starting to give me a headache. There we go, that's a little better. Yeah, I can't believe we made it to 7 likes for tonight's Bellator live stream. Really appreciate it, everyone. That's fucking awesome. Now, I was worried that I was going to do a live stream and no one would like it and no one would tune in, so that we at least got 1 or 2 for the prelims and a lot more people tuned in for the main event. It's fucking A. It's awesome. Alright, so they're showing some of the previews about Tyrell. Oh, he's got a good takedown. His punches look very slow, though. But then again, slow punches versus a wrestler, that might not be a bad issue. Yeah, did anyone see that, what is it, Ryan Vader loss? God, was that ever pathetic. That's the one thing with Vader. If he's winning the fight, he'll keep fighting. But the slightest opposition where someone starts to like actually beat him, he just quits right away. He's like the biggest quitter in the sport. It's like Tyson Fury is the exact opposite. If he's getting his ass kicked, he'll get back up and keep fighting. Ryan Vader, slightest opposition, he quits. Everyone was surprised when he quit, too. I was like, well, are you surprised? It's like, this is Ryan Vader we're talking. Theron says he's got to use eye pokes to set up those groin shots. Oh, yeah. Just by watching the replays, Tyron looks like him. Holy fuck, man. He's got good takedowns. Good punching speeds, good finishing. If I had to guess, this will be a second round finish for Tyrone. Could be wrong. I'm actually wrong pretty often, so if anyone else has got a prediction, see if you can beat my prediction. Someone going to pick Linton to win this one? Yeah, what is Linton's record? Holy shit, he's fought almost 30 fights and nearly lost a third of them. And Tyrell has only lost 1 fight out of 11. Yeah, so if you're betting, I bet you the betting odds favor Linton, where he's a better payout if he wins. Holy, he has 10 first round finishes and 5 submissions and 5 KOs. But out of 30 fights, that's not a very good ratio. Oh, he recently moved up to heavyweight also. He figures he's going to be faster if he moves up to heavyweight because he's anticipating heavyweights being slower, which I don't think is always a good gamble. There's lots of fast heavyweights. Like, dear God, man, like when I'm up to like 220, it doesn't slow my speed down at all. Oh, some people are putting that Michael Venom is a beast. Yeah, he's a beast in the dance ring. He can run like a coward and dance and win fights. We gotta give him credit, man. Like, that dance moves won him the fight. I would have never guessed that Bellator scored so many high points for dancing, but all the power to him. He knew what would win. And Bellator even scored another fight tonight for dancing. Valerie, she was damn good dancer. She pulled off the fight with it. I'm sure the wardrobe malfunction helped a little, but hey. Money, money, money. Someone says it's all about the money. Yeah, someone said that MVP is such an exciting fighter. Yeah, if you like watching breakdancing, he's your fighter, man. It's like, man, if you were into dancing, he's probably the most exciting fighter you've ever seen. No, you gotta hand it to Bellator. At least they can set up a trilogy fight. And I think the guy that he lost to, forget his name, but he's definitely not going to just try to ride out a judge's decision like he did in the last fight. I figured, like, I scored the fight where the other guy won, like, the first 2-3 rounds by 10-8s. So he probably thought the same thing. he didn't realize that the judges were actually scoring points for dancing. So Steadfast wants to know how long are these fights. It depends on how long the fighter takes to finish them. So it can be 10 seconds or it can be a maximum of 15 minutes. So what I'll probably do tonight is this fight is probably going to be fast, and the next fight will be even faster. So if I had to guess, I'll be doing the Clone Evolution stream pretty soon. Holy shit, man, these guys are tall. 6'2 versus 6'4. So Linton's got a little bit of a height advantage, but I'm not sure it's going to help him. Yeah, some people are talking about the Cyborg fight and feeling sorry for her opponent. Yeah, she's heavily outmatched. I don't even know how she got the fight. Is like Bellator like so low on like women's fighters that they have to pick someone to fight Cyborg that almost has no chance of even beating an amateur? It's probably all the best women's fighters moved up to UFC, so that Cyborg really has no competition. No, someone's putting that Nunes is better than Cyborg. I don't know. I'm pretty sure if Cyborg went in for another battle against Nunes, she would destroy her. I think Cyborg just had an off night that night. But all the props to Nunes. She actually did beat her once. Now I'm surprised Cyborg didn't get the rematch versus her. Instead, she went to like another fight organization. It's probably because Joe Rogan was teasing her about the whole gender situation. And really, UFC should have just cleared up all the air in the water and just like did gender testing to prove that she actually has or never did in the past have any male organs. Because you really never know, right? When you're a baby and you're born, if you're born, what is it, transvestite or not transvestite, hermaphrodite, or forget what it is, person born with both sex organs. Especially back in the day, parents would just get some of the sex organs removed, so you would grow up as a never knowing that you had both. So all they got to do is do a gender test and prove that Cyborg is actually 100% woman, and then then they wouldn't have people making fun of her anymore, because it is kind of mean for people to make fun of her about that. Holy shit, he almost knocked out Linton with the first left hook of the fight. No, Chris Cyborg, she's gone through a lot of horrible things with depression and deaths in her family, so yeah, I still cheer for her in a way. I always cheer for the underdog, people that can fight through different adversity in life. Yeah, and if she had the gender test and it proved that she has like normal testosterone levels, she doesn't have guy level stuff, then I think it's the steroid stuff too. And once people found out that she uses steroids, then they're always going to be critical of her. It's like even look Hoist Gracie, man, when he got busted for doing steroids to help him win, people always held it against him. Because basically he was cheating his whole career. And almost a lot of people were saying that too. They're like, man, seems like Hoist Gracie is like always winning by having like this unlimited strength. And then you find out that he was on steroids the whole time. I was like, well, no wonders. That's why he had unlimited strength. But who knows? Maybe Hoist Gracie never really did steroids his whole career and he just did it the one time and got caught. I know he's a cool guy. Joe Rogan likes him, and I'm sure, yeah, he's probably not a cheater his whole career. Everyone makes mistakes. That's what I try to remember, is like you can't always hold everything against everyone. There's got to be forgiveness somewhere in this world, or you end up with cancel culture bullshit. Holy man. Here I was picking the other guy to win, and fuck, man, he's on the ground getting pummeled. This Linton guy's better than he looked. Yeah, if I was Tyrell, I would be doing the rolling and shit right now. He's just sort of laying there, letting him take advantage of him. It's not a good strategy. Especially how he's leaning so much to one side. Like, he could easily just roll and have him, like, reversed. I don't know. It looks like they're just sort of stalling out. Oh, there he's getting full mount. Yeah, Tyrell, he's just sort of stalling. I don't know what happened, why he's stalling, why he's not trying to win. Just roll like a greased seal, man. He fucking can't hold you if you start squirming all over the ground. Just laying there is what's allowing him to beat on him. Yeah, there are all those shots landing to the back of the head, and the ref isn't even saying anything. There, now he's starting to move. Now turn your body so you're facing him. Just turn your body. Yeah, it almost turned there. Look at the size of fucking Tyrell's legs, man. He's got some power. Just turn, man. Like, he's not even holding him with his legs anymore. Just turn. There, he almost turned. So slow. Oh, is he really going to tap out to that? Yeah, at least he's got decent submission defense. He's just stalling out to try to get to the second round. Yeah, the telephone move. They say if you can keep your hand up like you're answering the telephone, no one can choke you out. Yeah, pretty good first round. Man, you got to give Linton some credit. He did not look like he had a chance. Makes you wonder if Tyrell's injured or something. Yeah, it's funny. The coach is going on about the breathing. Yeah, Nunes would beat Cyborg again. I don't know. I think it's a fluke. I think the UFC was happy to see Cyborg go because she would have destroyed Nunes in the rematch. Holloway or Yair? I think Holloway's had too much concussion problems through his career and he's reaching the end. But I'm not really familiar with Yair, so maybe not, unless he's really easy. No, Max Holloway was definitely a very popular fighter when he came to fight in Canada, but you could tell he has a little bit of post-concussion syndrome, and I don't think he's got many fights left in him. But you never know. Sometimes people can make it through concussions. Alright, so Tyrell, he really needs to do a takedown here if he wants to win the second round. If he gets on the ground again and just lays there, he might as well throw in the towel. That was a pretty pathetic first round. Now, I can see why people pick Nunes, though, because she's been a pretty good champ. She's definitely lacking competition. Yeah, now Tyrell's doing some action. Oh, man. Yeah, Caselli's easily reversed him. See what I was talking about? All you got to do is roll. Try to reverse stuff. Finally, Tyrell tries something. Instead of just laying there like a bitch. Man. Get up. Oh, low blow. Hopefully we get a good replay of the low blow shot. Be idiocracy time. If anyone's seen Idiocracy, or society in the future just loves low blows. Oh, man. Just a little bit. Let's see you take that, John McCarthy. God damn. I don't know if anyone's ever taken a good groin strike, but holy fucking it hurt. I'm surprised more mixed martial artists don't puke from it. I've noticed that when I got hit in the balls hard, usually it makes you just want to throw up. Same thing happened when I dislocated my shoulder one time. Instead of screaming in pain, the first reaction I got was I just wanted to puke. I was like, oh god, I'm gonna hurl. We got another guy doing the twerking. Oh god. I don't know, the twerking action from him just doesn't seem to top the other lady. Who knew that twerking could fix your balls? Alright, Tyrone, come on, try to finish him. Man, Lascelles, he looks like he's barely gassed at all. Tyrone's like fucking covered in sweat. Looks like he didn't like train at all for cardio. Unless he burnt a lot of energy like laying on the ground on the first round, but hopefully he's not sick with a virus or something, eh? Holy shit, man, that was a good overhand right. Man, if that would have connected, that would have been lights out. Holy, that was a good high kick. You can tell he wasn't just kicking with his toes there. That was like a shin coming to his head. Oh, there he connected again, rocked him. Lascelles' legs went jello. Ooh, even the jab is getting his attention now. Whew. Now that's heavyweight power versus someone in a division that's lower. Man, oh man. I did not think this fight was going to last so long. It must be Tyrone is like too tired. He's sweating like crazy. He needs to conserve energy. It does seem like he's so muscular that, hey, he needs to conserve energy or he's going to burn himself out. There we go. Linton's actually really good at blocking. You got to give him that. Oh, there he connected. You notice how he's doing all hooks? Oh, there he goes. That was a good takedown. Man, if he was able to just start throwing some uppercuts, he would have finished Linton a long time ago. But instead he's always doing these looping fucking hooks. Linton's able to block 90% of them. And I don't... Oh, he's already cut. I don't know what caused the cut there. Did anyone see it? I think it might have been one of the punches that landed. Oh, man. Linton was able to get the takedown and reverse so easily. So I don't know if, like, man, Tyrell's so fucking tired that he can't defend anything, or he just has no defense. That was like one of the most pathetic reversals I've seen in a while. And look, man, like Tyrell's not even trying to get up. He's like just giving up. Oh, he's actually fighting out of it. I thought he was just going to give up. Yeah, I think it's a gassing out issue. Seems like Tyrell just really has no gas tank. One round of laying on the ground and he was finished. But who knows, maybe after the break in between rounds he can muster up one more round of attacks. Gotta hand it to Linton, moving up to the division of weight. he's actually holding his own. You can tell his power is nothing in comparison to Tyrell's, but his technique and speed is making up the difference. Let's see how bad his cut is. Lucas is saying he doesn't even know why he's watching this. It's because it's Friday and UFC is tomorrow. Now, if anyone's wondering if I'll be doing live play-by-play for UFC, not unless it's free on TV. I haven't checked to see what the fight card is, if it's going to be free, but I have a feeling it probably won't be free, so... Or if there even is one. Maybe they're taking a break from UFC this week. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Josh Koscheck. A wrestler that just burns out. Yeah, some of the viewers scored the fight so far 2 rounds to none for Linton. Yeah, I would say Linton's winning 2 rounds to none also. He's definitely pulling off the upset. Never know, there has been a lot of fighters that keep getting the virus just before the fights, and maybe that screwed over his training camp, and that's why he's so tired and sweating so bad already. Oh, there we go. Now we got some action. He's not tired anymore. That's how I figured. He would start off strong for like the first 20 seconds and then go into the clinch and get taken down again. Because Linton's looking at this, he's like, alright, survived the 20-second flurry. Now I can just reverse him and get on top again. Yeah, there's corner smart. He shouldn't grapple with Linton. Every time he's done it so far, he just gets taken down with ease. It's kind of funny for a wrestler. He has no takedown defense. Oh. Was it another low blow? I turned away right at the last second. Or was it rake at the eyes? Oh. Yeah, that was a low blow. This is one for the Idiocracy viewers. If you're into low blows, this is the fight for you. Wow, man. So that's the one thing that makes a lot of detours, a lot of people away from mixed martial arts. Do you really want to get kicked in the balls for a living? Some of the viewers put, man, that hurt my marbles just watching it. Someone put sterilized. Another guy put eye for an eye, nut for a nut. Ball for a ball. Now, someone said that they're going to call the fight off because he won't be able to recover from this low blow. It could be. Because, man, sometimes you get hit in the balls so hard you just can't continue, right? Someone's saying he should win an Academy Award because they don't think getting hit in the balls would hurt that bad. I don't know. Did you see the size of Tyrone? I'm pretty sure if you got hit in the balls from him, it could be the end of your balls. They probably moved up and migrated to his stomach. Yeah, he can barely even walk. Yeah, they say this ref with the big beard, when he used to be in UFC, they would allow him or force him to tuck his beard in. But Bellator just lets him hang it out. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't recall this guy ever reffing in UFC. Come on, let's get on with the cyborg fight already. Jesus. Alright, he's able to walk again. It's a good sign. Alright, you're good to go. Oh, he's pulling off his shorts. I don't think airing it out is going to help, man. We've had enough wardrobe malfunctions for tonight. Someone put in the chat that Fedor Emelianenko has never been hit with a low blow in his entire fighting career. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't recall. Someone's asking if we're Canadians. I'll put yes. Alright, fight's back on. Man, I was worried that that was not going to continue. This helps Tyrone a lot because he was like winded. So now he's got another 20 seconds of action. Holy, what an exchange. Both of them doing hooks, eh? One person would just throw an uppercut, fight would be over. Instead, they're like, oh! It's like rock, paper, scissors. Someone just doing rock over and over again. It's like, man, just change up your technique just a little. Oh, Tyrone's going for the takedown. And he's getting hit with the elbows. It's like, come on, bitch. You want to try to take me down? Eat the elbows. Eat the elbows. Holy, Tyrone actually got a takedown. I'm surprised he had enough energy. Alright, now he could step over his arm and do the mounted crucifix. But instead he's deciding not to capture his arm. Man, he's so heavy that if he got the mounted crucifix position, it would be game over. Oh man, he got reversed again. This guy has the worst top game ever. Have you ever seen anyone with the worst? He's already mounted. Alright, Linton, finish him. This guy deserves to be finished. He's pathetic. So tired, no ground game at all. Hopefully it was just like a bad training camp. Or I don't know if he's always this tired. Man, that was brutal. Well, they say Fortune has never been submitted, but man, he should really just throw in the towel. This has been pathetic. Oh, he turned. Oh, it wasn't enough. I was like, man, finally he did the turn move. It's like he's learning how to fight. Yeah, even the commentators, like, dear God, man, how does this guy get reversed so easily every time? Gotta hand it to Linton. He's played rock, paper, scissors before. When that guy does the same move over and over, he knows to try something different. Alright, so we're getting close. Only 15 seconds to the Cyborg fight beginning. Dear God, this was a slow and boring fight. And I have to say this was the worst fight on the entire card so far. Really pathetic. And he really should have just tapped out at the end of the first round. Wouldn't put us through the misery of watching that. Look at him. He's so tired he can barely even get up. So who knows? Maybe just a bad training camp, or maybe he was sick before the fight or something. But holy God. I've never seen someone so tired so quick in a fight. Could be because he's just loaded with tons of muscle. Yeah, so some people put the fight was a draw. Other put 3-0 Vassal. I would say Linton won at least, yeah, every round. I couldn't give one to Tyrell. I thought Tyrell had the opportunity to win this fight, but he was very disappointing. So who knows? Maybe what it was that Linton connected with a punch early on in the fight, and it just killed his gas tank. They say sometimes that can happen, but the way he was sweating so much, it makes you really wonder, right? Like, if usually excessive sweating is a sign of like not being in shape. Oh, his knee buckled right at the beginning of the fight too. Maybe that's what happened to Tyrell. Looks like, remember I was talking about earlier in the prelims? I said when you're trying to block a takedown and you use a lot of your knees to do it, you can actually injure your knee. That looks like what happened there. And then once his knee was fucked, the fight was pretty much over from there. Because, man, if your knee's fucked, how the hell are you going to wrestle? That's actually why the Logan or the Paul brothers, they said that they don't want to get into actual MMA because they blew out their knees in wrestling. So they don't have the knee strength that they need to actually do MMA. Who knows how true that is, but I wouldn't be surprised. Knees are one of those joints, it goes very easily. Ah, someone put that Fortune won. You never know with Bellator judges. Oh my god, someone gave it to Fortune? Finally! I was like, can you believe one of the judges gave it to fucking Fortune? For what? Just laying on his back and taking a beating? I guess he did get a couple takedowns, but dear God, man, those takedowns were reversed in like 2 seconds. You gotta hand it to Bellator. It makes the decisions more exciting, right? Like, anyone could win. It's like someone could be like win every round and just totally dominate and then still lose the decision. Maybe they get like some stranger from the audience. They're like, hey man, do you want to be a judge tonight? Like, sure, I'll take the judging. Wow, man. Yeah, I was actually not surprised to hear someone gave the fight to Tyrell. Like, I like Tyrell, I picked him to win, but dear God, man, he got his ass whooped in that fight. It was almost a flawless victory, for shit's sakes. No, it must be like the Bellator gave a lot of points for those takedowns. Even though they were reversed right away, maybe the actual takedown managed to get some points. Yeah, some people are putting time for Cyborg to sacrifice another victim. This is the year of sacrifice, if anyone's into occult stuff. Ooh, Harding. She's smoking, babe. But anyways, yeah, this is the Chinese calendar. What is it? The year of the metal ox. It's actually symbolism for sacrifice. That's why I was kind of a little bit hesitant to go with this, because I'm like, dear God, it's the year of sacrifice. I don't want to get fucking sacrificed. But who knows? Maybe this is great and has nothing to do with the sacrifices. Let's hope not. Yeah, some of the people in the audience are like, is this a model or a fighter? She's like fucking smoking hot. Yeah, someone's like, no way she's a fighter. That girl picked the wrong profession. No, I think she's pretty hot, but you never know. Some hot babes are good fighters too. Okay, Cyborg, they're showing her in the training room. Why she's training before the fight starts, it always boggles my mind. It's like, have you really not trained enough that you need to be training before the fight begins? Yeah, Cyborg's definitely looking slower. I don't know if that's going to help her opponent, but maybe it's just because she's training before the fight and she's just like going slow motion. I don't know. When it comes to fighting, I think most fighters should like train their whole fighting career. And when it's time for a fight, they can actually stop training. Because they'd be like, all right, now I should rest and rest my body for the fight. It's like why you would need to train before the fight just makes no sense at all. That's actually what the women's champ said on Joe Rogan's interview. She's like, yeah, I train all the time. And when I got fights coming up, I stop training so I can rest. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense rather than just fucking training your ass off before the fight even starts. Yeah, see, now you got people in the chat making fun of Cyborg, saying the whole gender debate. So that's all she needs. Do the gender test and make sure. Silence all these critics. I don't know why they don't do the gender testing in MMA. It always makes people wonder. Because everyone makes fun of it too. They're like, oh, you shouldn't have to gender test. Obviously, people know their own genders. But then you look at the history of the Olympics. It happens all the time. There's like a transvestite or what is it, hermaphrodite athletes that got their sex changed when they were a baby and didn't even know it. So they grew up their whole lives not knowing that they were actually both genders because they only had parts left from one. So obviously Cyborg's had kids and she's obviously a woman, but who knows what's happened in her past. Not to say it's one way or the other, but the whole gender test, it could rule out all the discussion. Be like, okay, we've actually gender tested. We know that there's no cheating going on. But maybe that's why they don't gender test. They're like, oh, let's leave it up to a debate so it gets everyone arguing in the chat whether or not she's a man or a woman. Yeah, see, look, half the comments in the thing right now, they're calling her a guy, which isn't very nice. They should really just do the gender test. I know some fighters might get offended to do the gender test, but what if they did it to everyone equally? They'd be like, all right, everyone's got to do a gender test. We don't want to make sure anyone's had different parts in the past or future. And that would definitely silence the critics, I think. Now, I think a lot of the debate comes with Cyborg. Is like, you know, sometimes twins are born and they actually have like interchangeable parts, or one twin will have more of the opposite sex's parts. It almost seems like that Chris Cyborg does have that a little, whereas her body type is more of a man's body type. Could just be the training and she developed that way, but yeah, because if you took her body and took her head off and like with like Photoshop and just compared it to other guys' bodies, her body type is almost identical to a guy's. And if you put it next to a woman's, it would look totally different. I don't know, man. Watching Cyborg and her like hype up before the fight, she's looking way slower. Has age actually caught up to her? I doubt it, but maybe this fighter actually does have a chance against her. Because you never know. Eventually age catches up with everyone. Don't I know it? Once you start reaching your mid-40s, it's like, God, I don't feel 20 anymore. Now I feel 25. No, I'm just kidding. I think what it is Chris Cyborg probably trained her neck so much that when she got the wider neck, that almost makes her look more masculine. So if she had like a skinny neck, then people would be like, oh, she's definitely a woman. I don't know if anyone's seen that meme where the guy has the giant neck. He actually shows like the neck exercises that he did to get that. And there's like a specific training you can do. It'll make your neck get wider and wider and wider. So I don't know, some people think the wide neck is cool, but I don't know. I think it looks kind of weird even with guys and girls. But to each their own. Not to make fun of the wide necks. No, some people are saying that this is a joke, that Cyborg shouldn't be fighting her because she has like no record and she's very easy fighter to beat even for other women. So why is she going in against Cyborg? It really does kind of make no sense. Cyborg says she's got 7 fights left. How does she know that, right? Like, you could get injured in a fight and never be able to fight again. It's kind of dangerous to start looking that far ahead. So a lot of people in the chat, they're calling it. They say first round KO for Cyborg. That's kind of what I think too. If I had to guess, Cyborg will just punch her and knock her out. And if she starts getting any adversity on the feet, she'll take her down and use ground and pound. But I don't think Cyborg actually has any like fear or any chance of losing in the stand-up. How did Nunes beat Cyborg? Was it in the stand-up? I think it was, eh? So some people are saying that Kavanagh has a chance because she's Irish. And then someone put, no, she's not actually Irish. Her family's from Cuba. I don't know if that's true or not. I guess I could look it up. She does kind of look a little, though. Because when she doesn't have red hair, it's kind of hard to believe she's Irish. But let's see. Alright, so Kavanagh was the middle child in a family of 5 siblings. She grew up as a tomboy. And at 8 years old, she started training in karate, boxing, and kickboxing. Wow, at 8 years old. It's amazing that she could train for that many years but not have any speed to her attacks. It's so weird. I don't know, for me, when I wanted to increase hand speed, what I would do is punch with like weighted gloves. So it's like if you start like the Dragon Ball Z stuff, if you want to train and get faster, you got to train in more intense gravity. Like either shadow boxing underwater or weighted gloves, whatever you're going to do. Oh man, she went through some bad stuff in her life. While still in high school, she gave birth to her son Leon. However, Leon's father died. And she had a tough upbringing, with her mother forming a drinking habit after her brother and sister were killed in a car accident. Holy shit. And she became homeless at a young age. You never know, though. Everyone curses those hard upbringings, but damn, does it make strong people in the end sometimes. Alright, so Kavanagh became a 5-time national boxing champion. Really? With that slow of a punch? Maybe she's got slow but powerful punches, and a lot of these highlight reels just don't show it. She went on to win the World Championship in 2012, but after losing multiple fights in a row, she decided to quit the sport. Oh, so that's how she got into MMA. Her boxing career went down the toilet. Yeah, and she's lost, let's see, by decision, by TKO by cuts, and by decision twice. And she often wins by punch out or knockout. Right, but do we discover where she's from? It doesn't say. It's weird, eh? Usually Wikipedia will give a little bit of her history. Alright, I'll type it into Google and ask where she's born. It says she was born in Ireland, so I don't know what anyone was talking about that she's not Irish. The only thing I can think of is her hair isn't very red, but why else anyone would think that? Who knows? Maybe one of her parents is from a different country? I don't know. They say that her love life remains a mystery. I don't know why that's on here. So who knows? Maybe she really does have a chance, but it does look like she's a bit overmatched. Let's check out what has her career been lately. Her last 2 wins were a decision and a TKO by punches. She lost a majority decision to Leslie Smith. Is that fighter any good? No, Leslie Smith does not look good. So that's probably why they're skeptical she's going to do good. Who knows? Leslie Smith might be a better fighter than she looks, but compared to Cyborg, she looks very skinny. Let's show it quick. Where is it? There it is. So this was the last fighter that the Irish fighter lost to or got into a decision. If I had to say, doesn't look like as tough as Cyborg, but we'll soon see. Let's see, is Leslie Smith. She also fought Chris Cyborg and lost by TKO and punches in round 5. Holy shit. So I guess that Smith girl is actually better than she looks. She made it to round 5. Holy fuck. So I guess this is why they managed to put these two to fight each other. Alright, let's get back to watching the fight action. So could this be the upset of the decade? Ooh. I don't know. I try not to cheer out of spite. I keep thinking of Gina Carano, but when I hear about all the hardships that Cyborg's gone through in her life, I kind of got to cheer for her as well. Can't just keep holding a grudge forever. Man, let's see how the fight pans out. I'll cheer for the underdog first because she's from Ireland and she's an underdog. And we'll see. Maybe I'll have to switch to cheering for Cyborg. Holy shit. Both of them just exchanged in the middle of the ring. Cyborg did not like the exchange and went right for the takedown. Which I'm surprised, eh? The Irish fighter actually made her go for the takedown right away. Cyborg's got a good hold of her, forcing her to the cage, trying to drain her gas tank by just pressing her against the cage. Some fighters get burnt out by just sitting on the cage, and others will just like manage to recoup while they're waiting. Holy fuck, man, a lot of hooks. Like if you got two fighters just going like this, all it takes is one fighter to do an uppercut. Game over. So I don't know, like how many coaches can watch their fighters going like this, but if like God's sakes, throw an uppercut. Oh, we got some blood coming out of the nose of the Irish fighter already. Kavanagh. I'll have to try to remember how to say her name. Holy shit, she landed a punch on Cyborg. She's already doing better than I thought she would. Holy shit, bloody. Oh, knocked out. Irish fighter's done. I don't know, you stand there going like this with Cyborg, what did you think was going to happen, right? It's like, dear God, throw an uppercut. Wow, that was over quick. Well, I'm going to stay to watch the replay and then we'll wrap it up, but let's hope she's going to be okay. She got knocked out really bad. Very poor training. Whoever told her to stand there and trade with her, big mistake. Or at least if you're going to stand there and trade, throw a fucking uppercut. Don't just stand there going like this. Her face was already bloody. Oh, she actually connected a few on Cyborg. One hit on the jaw was enough to finish her. Yeah, so one punch to the chin was enough to finish her. Can you imagine that? Two paid fighters have been trained their whole career, just stand there going like this. And not one of them had a coach to say, hey, throw an uppercut. It's like, really, just slide back, throw an uppercut. Lean in, throw an uppercut. Throw an elbow. You're just going to stand there. It's really a bad look for the sport, right? Like, I know it's a little bit exciting to see people just slug like this, but come on. Can you train a little with some sort of different technique than just going, Yeah, I think Nunes would destroy Cyborg. After watching that, she got hit with a lot of punches from an opponent that just stood there going like this. Wow. Yeah, that's where I think Cyborg is screwed when she's fighting Amanda Nunes, because she's fighting an opponent that's going to do something else other than just go like this. Now, I feel bad for the Irish fighter. She actually landed a few good blows there. Cyborg still got a chin going. Her giant neck prevailed. Yeah, so what did everyone think about that fight? Was it a surprise to you? Did you think the fight was going to break down to just a slugfest to going like this? Yeah, if Valentina fought her, it would be game over. Cyborg, I don't think, would last 20 seconds with Valentina. I'm pretty sure they're different weight classes. I could be wrong. Someone put the other lady looked like the old bartender at my local bar. Yeah, congratulations to Cyborg. As much as I cheer for her opponents to win, for revenge, for... Ooh, boy, that was brutal. For revenge for Gina Carano, but yeah, you got to give her credit. She's had a rough life and managed to rebound and make her life amazing. So good for her. And she's raking in the money even better than Brock Lesnar. So you can't just live in hate. You got to give credit where credit's due. Man, that was a pathetic fight by the Irish. Like, I don't know, like to be a boxing champ on your record and that's your attack. Got to give her credit. It landed a couple times, but man, no movement, no different variety of punches. Dear God, that was horrible. No, someone put that Cyborg got cut by the UFC. I don't know if that's true or not, or she actually just left the organization. So Cyborg wants to fight Kat Zingano. Do you think she stands a chance? I don't think I've watched too many fights of Kat Zingano, or so I don't really know her, but maybe she could. All right, so congrats to Cyborg. All right, let's give a shout out to all the viewers before we log off. Holy shit, did we ever have a lot of viewers for a first episode. All right, so first was me posting the link to the YouTube. Thanks, me. Webcam HD. Make sure you're careful clicking on that links. It's definitely 18 plus and could be a virus. If you want the ultimate sex machine, check out the virtual sex mate. It's in the chat below. All right, Justin W. Thanks again. He was helping me test the sound out, so I appreciate that, Justin. Fatty Kuka turned in. He wants to see my gaming streaming, so don't worry, we'll get some gaming streaming coming soon. I just haven't done a fight stream live for a while or ever, so I figured I'd give it a shot. Steadfast, thanks again, Steadfast, for tuning in. Luke Gardner. Who else do we got? Oh, Anthony He Afford. And Parmish, thanks again, Parmish. Altstinger 11, thanks again. Steeler fan, thanks again. A lot of people logging in to find out the fights. If you ever need the links for the fights, don't miss my show. I'll help you find them. All right, Jorge Pavloflux Vasquez. So thanks, Jorge. Doctor, thanks again, Doctor. Doctor knows all the information about shit. So if you want the shit expertise, turn into the Doctor. He might even be a procologist or whatever it's called. Steadfast and T-Bone Experience. Yeah, T-Bone thinks that Nunes would destroy Cyborg, and now I think he's right. After watching how bad Cyborg actually did get hit by a basic technique of just going like this, and she ate a lot of shots and even had to shoot for a takedown. So T-Bone, I think you're right about that. I know I was a little skeptical at first because I was thinking the hype of Cyborg, but I don't know. That was a brutal fight. Like, there was almost no skill involved by either fighter. So yeah, that was pretty low ball when it comes to skilled fighting. So hopefully in the future, either we'll get to see Cyborg actually fight someone with some real techniques and not just another sacrificial victim. Alright, so yeah, thanks 3 viewers for staying right till the end. They're going to show the replays here, but I think I've seen enough for that. What else did we want to show? I think we showed my vaporizer. Yeah, we did. We showed the sponsor message, fire screen. Alright, so let's just wrap it up. If you happen to get any fight action in your vaporizer and it tastes like shit, give the show a dislike. But if it doesn't happen, you can give this stream a like and a share. Really appreciate it. Just make sure never buy the products from my sponsor.
Because it will ruin your life.
Bye for now, everyone. Have a good weekend, and thanks again for tuning in. I've been dying to chat fights with people, so it was awesome to actually get some fight chat in. Yeah, and sorry if I get a little bit too offensive. I know I get carried away with the fighting, but who knows? Hopefully YouTube won't take it down, and we'll still be good to go for another one. If anyone wants to see a future Bellator live stream, call play-by-play again. Just let me know in the chat. The more people to put yes, they want to see more, the bigger chance I'll actually do one. Alright, so I guess let's summarize who all won. We got Chris Cyborg, Linton won, Aaron Pico won, Arlene, did she win? Yeah, she won. It doesn't even say who won that. It's weird. Oh yeah, because I didn't hit refresh. Anyways, Steve Mowry, he managed to win against Rakeem. Bruna Ellen, she manages to win over Yanis. Wow, that was a close one. I thought Yanis was winning that one. Alright, Roman, he was the one who won with the flying knee. That was a fucking epic fight. Cody Law, he was fighting Ham, and that was a pretty one-sided bad matchup. Valerie kind of got her ass kicked, but they gave her the victory. She had the big wardrobe malfunction. If anyone wants to check it into the fucking highlights or the afterplay, maybe post the link. I'm just kidding, don't. I'll get my channel taken down. But anyways, yeah, I'll be looking for the highlights from that. That was a really hot fight. Alright, and who else do we got? Acosta or Cortez, he managed to beat DeReese, but handed it to DeReese. He put up a hell of a fight for almost getting knocked out right away. And Ethan Hughes, he had his big MMA debut, and he finished with the victory. Sebi kind of tired out by the end. Alright, so thanks again everyone for tuning in. Hopefully I didn't ruin the fights for anyone, and take care. Have a good weekend. See you later. Bye for now. Later. Oh yeah, big thanks to Bellator for airing the fights free. Fucking kicks ass. See you later.